A very good morning to everybody, and thank you for joining us at this virtual panel discussion on the future of homeopathic research. To our eminent speakers and attendees who are watching from all over the world, I bid you a very warm welcome. We are indeed honored to have you here with us. Homeopathy has come a long way and has faced many obstacles and has survived many scathing attacks on its efficacy. Many questions have been asked about the mode of action of homeopathic medicines. Much research has gone into evidence-based studies. It is only recently that we have started doing basic research on homeopathy. Thanks to the advancement of science, we are now able to see nanoparticles of homeopathic medicines well past the Avogadro number. It is now time for us to find out how these nanoparticles of homeopathic medicines act upon our bodies to restore the balance and the vital force. We have today brilliant researchers who have done studies and are going to share with us their views on the future of homeopathic research. No doubt we have come far, but we have a lot of ground to cover. We hope these discussions, which we are going to have in the next 2 hours, act as a catalyst in aligning our forces together as homeopaths, researchers, to make homeopathic research matter. With this, I'd like to welcome Dr. Sujata Naik, who is a homeopath and who has been doing a lot of research by herself in the West Coast of India. She is going to be the moderator, and I would invite her now to come in and join us and start the session for us. Thank you, Sujata. Another thing, this also happens to be Sujata Naik's birthday, so here's wishing her a very happy birthday to you from all of us. All right, Sujata, over to you.
Thank you very much, Karthik, and kudos to you and the Bahola Foundation for this wonderful opportunity, for this wonderful, well-organized event. Indeed, as they say that there's a very small phrase in Sanskrit called as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which essentially means the world is my home. And today, virtually on this platform, we have people, we have panelists, distinguished panelists from all over the world, from different parts of the globe. And while we have Ileana from Romania, it's 1 p.m. there. We have Dr. Martin Brans and Dr. Michael Frass from Austria and Netherlands, where it is 12 noon. In India, it's 3:30 p.m. And we have the Aurum Project from Australia. It's 8 p.m. So you can imagine different time zones, different locations, thousands of miles between us. And we are on one single platform where we are looking to seek and share our love for homeopathy, our passion for homeopathy, and discuss the scope of homeopathic research. So on our panel, we have very, very distinguished persons. And as we introduce them, they will be taking the stage and talking about their work in the field of homeopathic research. Meanwhile, just to welcome us and give us direction on what is in store for us today, we have Dr. S.G. Biju from Tamil Nadu, who is the co-host for today's program. And he is going to be sharing some of his ideas and his work, which he has been conducting in a large way in Tamil Nadu. He is he's founded the school called Sahaya, which is School for Artistic Homeopathy for youngsters and adults, emphasizing training in classical and contemporary homeopathy with advanced medical knowledge. And Dr. Biju's USP is his individualized approach to treatment, maximizing success and minimizing side effects. Welcome, Dr. Biju. Please share your ideas on this platform.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm just a listener in this international research training program. Anyway, our ultimate aim is to prove the content of our medicine. So we have planned so much training. I'm just into the training into the research projects only because of ESR. I think ESR means Rajendran sir. He did a wonderful research at I think NIT at Bangalore regarding the regarding finding out the content of our medicine. So it has really inspired me until on that date. The Sahya is imparting or inviting and funding and doing research programs. We did a program at we did a case series study at Pathanamthitta on the effectiveness of arsenicum album in immunomodulation. It was not a research actually, but a case series study. Then again, it was discussed all over the world. I am really interested, and we have a team of 200 and odd really interested researcher, really interested in research people from the fold of students, from the fold of practitioners, and from the fold of the real lovers of homeopathy. We love homeopathy is our brand, and Bahola is promoting it. We are really happy to see all of you, and I am just a listener. Thank you very much for inviting me for this function. And our chairman, Resolute, we have a separate research wing. The name is Resolute, and the chairman of this Resolute is Dr. K.K. Jalil. He will speak more about our program at the end of this program. We are really eagerly waiting to hear from the pioneers, those who are doing research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Biju. Thanks a lot, and we are indeed inspired by the work that you are doing in the state of Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much. And with this, we are going to start our sessions for today. The first speaker is very, very esteemed Dr. Martin Brans from Netherlands. Dr. Martin, he's a clinical researcher, and he has been the medical director of Noord Holland, Amsterdam. Can we have Dr. Martin Brans on the screen, please? Yes. Welcome, Dr. Martin. Welcome. And if I had to list your achievements, we would have to go on and on. But just in brief, Dr. Martin Brand's main activity has been homeopathic clinical knowledge and expertise. He has been working on education and research projects in different countries, such as Ghana, Bosnia, Kenya, and UK. He's a pioneer in the field of integrative medicine in Netherlands. Dr. Brand's initiative in providing a portfolio to the WHO on homeopathic treatment of major global endemics and epidemics through the Malaria Project in Kenya is a commendable step towards increasing public concern regarding antimicrobial resistance. Today, I would also like to share my own experience with Dr. Brans. Indeed, it was heartening and very, very inspiring to hear him at the World Homeopathy Day conference in New Delhi in 2019, where he presented a beautiful talk on how to address homeopathy in different settings, how to apply it in different settings through a module which he presented as a pyramid of health in public settings. And if we have the time and if it is possible, we would love him to share this today with all of us. And indeed, it is going to be very, very inspiring to listen to you, Dr. Brans. Welcome very much on this platform.
Thank you very much. I'm adjusting my own screen now. Just a moment. Yeah. Well, first of all, Dr. Naik, I thank you very much for collecting us together, because especially in this very chaotic times, we see the need for collaboration between homeopathy all over the world. And I think together we are united and we are stronger. And we need that strength to put homeopathy forward as a major option in public health. It has been always very strong in individual case taking, but there are many situations where we should think of other approaches, which already have been indicated by the founder of homeopathy, Dr. Hahnemann, in his model of epidemic diseases. So I've tried in this lecture to combine the two approaches, as I did indeed last year in New Delhi also, and which I have done the last couple of years on several occasions in Liga conferences, as I see a lot of internal discussions in homeopathy which turn into a stalemate. And this stalemate is because the individualization in homeopathy is, let's say, our golden standard. But in certain situations, we have to adopt our form of practice. And my suggestion today is that we also adopt our research methods on these different forms of care. So, second slide, please. Yes. Do you see the whole slide? I see that you do not see the whole slide. Yeah, maybe better put it this way, then we can go through them better. Thank you. As I said, the stumbling block for progress in homeopathic research is that we have different definitions of what homeopathy is and what it is not. And the practices vary, and how can we bring unity in this diversity has been my question since many years. And is there a common denominator in practice that we can use in our research typecasting? That means using different actors for different roles in a play. And for me, unity does not mean a dogmatic one-size-fits-all protocoling, which we reject in orthodox medicine because we think it doesn't suit a person. So I think we should have the same flexibility of mind when it comes to designing research protocols. So I propose to create a toolbox from where we can choose the most appropriate design in the respective situations. Next slide, please. As I said, the first step in homeopathy has been to deal with epidemics, because Dr. Hahnemann was faced with epidemics of yellow fever and cholera, and he found that a limited number of remedies was suitable for that disease. And this has been confirmed in many randomized clinical trials in the course of the years, even where individual prescription was used, that there were usually 6 to 8 remedies which covered, let's say, 85% of the cases. And what is the common denominator here is that we have symptoms on all levels, in epidemics also, but they are dominating the features of the persons which they have also when they are not ill. Next slide, please. In the course of time in homeopathy, a more comprehensive materia medica available, and especially chronic diseases start to be treated more, and certain remedies were linked to types of diseases. And this lent itself for the treatment of endemic diseases, which we also see now, like allergies, locomotor disorders, gastrointestinal disorders, skin disorders. And they need to be treated by physicians with a longer experience. And we see, for example, in many studies in France and Germany, and now also in India, that non-selected groups of patients who appear spontaneously, so they are not recruited like in an RCT, these patients, they appear in practice and they are being treated and being followed by cohort studies, and these cohort studies show a clear advantage of homeopathy over many conventional treatments. That's not to say that we should neglect conventional treatment, it's only to say that homeopathy certainly has a place in primary care. Next slide, please. And the third step has been the last step of the pyramid, so to say. Last year, I drew a pyramid of these 3 steps. Has to be the psychobiographical aspect of the remedy. They were already there in the provings, but there was no scientific framework yet available. And in around 1900, psychology developed as a science, and this has influenced the development of homeopathy as well. And in the same time, James Tyler Kent started to thematize the remedy patterns, which have been furthered by Vitulkas in the 1980s, when there was a revival of homeopathy. So this has made homeopathy a truly holistic system of medicine with a parallel to psychoneuroimmunology. Next slide, please. So what is the common denominator in these three steps? That is an increasing complexity from step 1 to step 3. And increasing complexity means even more symptoms and features are included in the diagnostics. And that's also a change from only quantitative symptoms, which can be measured on ordinal scales, to qualitative features, which have to do often with generalities and mental symptoms. And these are nominal in nature. So you already can see here that we might need to have different measurement scales to follow them up in an effect study. Next slide, please. So what then is appropriate technology in design? That means that these three levels, they are being practiced globally in response to the local situations. And I have seen in over 30 years of personal experience that these differ very largely. And I was confirmed by this in the study which we made in Kenya, where we did 3 different studies, all of which was focused on malaria, and malaria both as an endemic and as an epidemic disease. And simply we could see that they had very, not to say excellent results with their treatment, but they did not follow the classical approach. They used complex remedies, they used different remedies at the same time, which fits the multipathology of many people. They both had malaria and zoonosis, and they had like salmonella and hookworm, amoebiasis. So they had to find in let's say 15 to 20 minutes the appropriate treatment, and apparently they were able to do so by a lot of creativity and applying the laws of homeopathy, but in a community health setting. And at the same time, I've also worked with a group of Sankaran to work on their conversation techniques, as I did previously my PhD on conversation analysis. And that was very interesting to see for me the different requirements on methodology which we have in these different settings. And there the complexity in the sensation method is very, very high. That means we include a lot of data which are retrieved from the patient in sometimes hour-long consultations, and we compose the appropriate remedy picture. Next slide, please. We have been attacked, as Dr. Sujata said, and we have responded to that external pressure to prove homeopathy. And we have followed the mainstream trend for group designs like in RCTs. But the positive results of several reviews have not satisfied many conventional doctors. Apparently, maybe this is not the best tool for doing this job. And the job may be diversified depending on the level we are studying, the level of care. Laboratory studies are actually the best tool to show how it works, which is a basic research question, and what it affects is a clinical question. And so we need to assess the real needs of testing to improve our work in harmony with the 3 steps. Next slide, please. So I propose in epidemics, where community healthcare is the setting of treatment, to consider the practice. And when you have an epidemic, the main symptoms are dominating the whole picture. So the groups of patients you want to include in the research are relatively homogeneous. I'm not saying they are identical, but they are relatively homogeneous. And from an epidemiological point of view, the disease has a high incidence and a high prevalence. So the design can be matched groups of verum and controlled conditions in limited samples. The data are usually disease-bound symptoms, and they can form primary outcomes, which can be measured on quantitative scales, like what we can do with ordinal data. And the features may have an additional weight. Features having to do with the mental symptoms and general symptoms. So the protocol can, in these situations, be randomized placebo-controlled trials, and they have been successful in certain conditions being treated in rural clinics and in urban clinics with a highly homogeneous group of people. For example, there have been many studies in flu and in flu prevention, which are relevant to the current coronavirus epidemic today. And I think we can distinguish certain disease entities which have been proven to be effective tested on this way. But it's important to see that there are also other situations. Next slide, please. Because in primary care, where the diversity of pathology is much larger, we can, for example, distinguish the top 10 pathologies, and they are, when they are different, it's mainly due to climate and microbiological contexts. And in more than 80% of the subjects, as I said about malaria, diarrhea is another example, there is a small set of preferential remedies. And they have their effect for specific organs. And this effect is recording in the proving, so it's our empirical basis. And problem-based questioning and diagnostics are within the reach of most primary care workers, as extensive use and studies in Brazil, India, and Europe have shown. And here we can use cohort studies as the most preferred design. Next slide, please. So we have a moderate heterogeneity in patient illnesses. We have a high prevalence, but a low incidence because it's not an epidemic. The design is comparison in treatment outcomes in larger groups, and treatment outcomes in primary care have to be known on longer term. So we cannot use randomized clinical trials, as too many confounders will pop up in the course of the study. We can use the data from individual prescriptions, for example, documented with MAC repertory, and both symptoms and features are included here. And the protocol can be either a pragmatic study, conventional versus homeopathic, or we can do cohort studies with a case control or a single arm. These studies are better to account for the heterogeneity. So can you please show the next slide? When we work in advanced and classical care, which is implicitly taught in homeopathic academies as the only way to do homeopathy, which I think is closing the door for our practitioners to primary care, because I've seen in Holland many general practitioners leaving our professional organization because they couldn't apply the techniques which we were taught in their own practice. Because the practice of specialists in homeopathy is quite different. These are people which are usually pre-selected in terms they have been seen by several other health practitioners. They are being referred, and they are highly heterogeneous in their appearance. Epidemiological, it's a complex disease which have a relatively low prevalence compared to the top 10 pathologies which are mentioned in primary care. So the design should be an individual assessment of non-standard primary outcomes. And with that, I mean including the which are dominant in patterns. And the symptoms have additional value. As we know, we can choose between 10 people with migraine, and they might get each of them a different remedy because of the influence of the features. So there is a gradual shift from the importance from level 1 to 2 to 3, from symptoms to features. So therefore, I advocate the use of structured case analysis as protocol and best case series. And recently there have been published some models which can support in doing that. And the method which I advocate here is time series analysis, because that is specially made by disciplines like education, movement sciences, and others, where individual differences are crucial to assess the patients. It's beyond this seminar to go into detail that, but it would be useful maybe to distribute some data on that. And we need to do next to the protocol a pilot exploration to choose primary outcomes from a pilot study in order to feed the time series analysis and structured case analysis. Next slide, please. So I think when we use a context-valid approach, we have enough tools at hand. It's only a matter of choosing, let's say it is a more political decision to choose for appropriate design, as we are doing now in sustainability, also in homeopathic research. And because at the current situation, we often use RCTs where they are not the best option, and I hope to have shown it in this short presentation, and therefore we have a large chance of failures, and there are very many studies which have false negative results because the patients were not fit for the group designs. And let's use these trials which failed as wrecked ships as beacon on the beach, which is certainly a Dutch metaphor. So I advocate that we get a consensus of this type of contextual designing. Next slide, please. Yes. So the unity in diversity means here, let's reply to the research questions in the language of its formulation. So when the language is being spoken from a first, second, or third step on the pyramid, let's reply to that in the language itself. And I thank you very much for your attention, and I hope we can communicate about this further, because the honored founders of this panel have said this is a first step towards further research policy development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin. It was a very, very deep, insightful, and yet such a precise explanation of the structure of the pyramid that you have been advocating for application of homeopathy in different settings. And in the light of this, there's one question that somebody has been asking. A couple of people have been putting this question. And considering that we are in the COVID times, this is expected. So if you can just answer this in brief. The question goes like this: what will be the research protocol to establish the immunomodulatory effect of homeopathic medicine in treatment of COVID-19 patients or as prophylaxis? What type of immune marker will be investigated for that purpose? Would you like to answer that?
Yeah, I will try, because I'm not an immunologist, but with that restriction, there are certain markers which have been used in previous research, and I think especially of the group of Madeleine Bastide in France, where they have done many cytokines, interleukines, and used them as dependent variables. well, we even talk about cytokine storm as a complication of COVID-19. So I think it's important, if we want to go beyond, let's say, the purely clinical evaluation, that we work together with immunologists. And I think there are now, because of the totally inappropriateness of many public health measures, there are many scientists who already thought out of the box, and they might also be interested to cooperate with homeopathy. They went out of the box because of the political implications in terms of limitation of civil rights in many countries, and we see now the disastrous effects on the economy and the health also of people. But I think, as I said, this crisis is also the opportunity to link up with people who previously were not involved in complementary research. And the exact immune modulator variables should be determined in some pilot studies. At the moment, I'm working only on evaluating clinical data, but let's say immunological data should form part of new studies. I agree with that. So let's try to link up with immunologists so they can advise us which are the best parameters to use.
Superb, superb. Thank you very much for answering that question. This was posed by one Dr. Milan Sengupta, who's a PhD in homeopathy. Dr. Sengupta, I hope you got an answer to your question, but you can again ask it to the other panelists also on board if you like. But meanwhile, thank you very much, Dr. Brans, and it was wonderful again to be with you, and we hope to take this further. This is just the thing on the cake. Thank you very much. And we go on to our next speaker, Dr. E.S. Rajendran. Yes, Dr. Rajendran, very good afternoon to you. Yes, so welcome. Let me introduce you. You are a very well-known figure in the world of homeopathic research in India and abroad. To just let our viewers a little small recap of his achievements, Professor Dr. Rajendran is a very well-known international acclaimed clinician, teacher and a scientist. He holds the prestige of being among the first PhD scholars of homeopathy from India. He's a global authority on homeopathy with clinical expertise spanning over 30 years. And he is known for his path-breaking books, including New Lights, The Nucleus, Nanodynamics, which is also my personal favorite, which is a pioneering research work in nanotechnology related to homeopathic ultra dilutions and high potencies, and Ray of Civilization, which is a treatise on philosophy, culture, genetics, and homeopathy, spirituality as well. So this is Dr. Rajendran for you. I will not hold him because we are all eager to listen to him, but he has been recently also interviewed by Mr. T.Y. Bollinger on Truth About Cancer series, which has received worldwide acclaim. So over to Dr. Rajendran.
Thank you, Dr. Sujata. Thank you so much. And respected panelists and dear colleagues who are present today for the conference, this is indeed a great privilege for being with you all in this hard time of our life. And let us go to our presentation today. I'm going to, first 15 slides are basically takeaway slides for you, because in most of the homeopathic settings, generally there is a perception, that in homeopathy there is no much research happening, and it is only due to the clinical result which is supporting homeopathy all the time. Actually, it is not true. In initial slides, I am going to show you a list of papers, list of research papers published in higher-end journals, and these papers are take home for all of you. And I request, like we used to tell the students all the time, go back to home, refer these papers, download these papers, and read them conveniently. When you read these papers, around 23 papers I have listed, around 10 of them are nanotechnology related, and the remaining is basically genetics related studies happened in the last 1 decade. And these papers are very critical to understand the depth and the strength of homeopathy, which we are not aware much of the time. Without reading, without digesting, we may not be able to exactly understand what exactly we are doing. We homeopaths are doing a science which is far beyond the general perception of the science. That's not our mistake, because it was a science far advanced of time. So what happened is, these papers which I am showing you, excuse me, 1 second please. Yeah. ഇതെങ്ങനെ ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? ഇവിടെ എങ്ങനെ ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യാം? ഓൺ ചെയ്യാം. അത് വിട്ട് ഇവിടെ ഇത് മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ? ഇല്ല. സ്ലൈഡ് ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട് ഇവിടെ. Sorry, Hardik, I have a small technical glitch here. So my second screen has gone out of. Karthik, my second screen has gone suddenly off, and can I change this in this first one using the same system?
Got the screen online, Doctor. We can see the screen online.
Oh, yeah, but I cannot change the slide. That's what I'm trying to.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
So I will put the first screen instead of the second.
Okay.
So I think I should go again for the screen sharing. It's okay. It's okay. Just now it has come in the slide. Second is okay. Can you see now?
Not yet, Doctor.
Yeah, I'm sharing it again. Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Are we all right?
Yes, Doctor.
Sorry for the disturbance.
No problem, no problem.
So these papers which I have shown, the 8 papers and the initial papers which are of nanotechnology related research in the last 10 years, and the next papers which I am going to give you as a takeaway home are the research papers based on genetics. Majority of them are being done by Professor Khuda Baksh in a long period of his homeopathic research. And his work in homeopathy is unparalleled, and it is the most important and most deeper work in genetics done by the great scientist Dr. Khuda Baksh. He is going to speak to you later. And also work promoted by, further done by Dr. Kuttan and Preeti and Dr. Bellavite and Marsotto from Italy. So there are a set of researchers who did basic and fundamental research in homeopathy. Dr. Khuda Baksh has published more than 130 papers on homeopathic research. But I am sorry to say that our academic setup has never promoted this research and nobody is reading it. So those who are students, those who are practitioners, my humble request is, please take it as an advantage and go through these papers, read them. So this is the HRTM and EDS which I used in my analysis for the last 10 years for many homeopathic drugs from the MG University, Kottayam. And this is a TEM grid which we use as the grid for use analyzing the transmission particles in the transmission electron microscope. This is a very, very small grid which is having 200 columns with 50 micron size, and it is made up of carbon base, and the columns are separated by wires of copper wires. So that is why when you come to the result of analysis, copper and carbon will more frequently be visible in this elementary composition of the particles. This is another electron microscope which I have used in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. That is called a field emission scanning electron microscope. And this field emission scanning microscope too I use for organic as well as organic materials, plant materials, and basically nosodes also. And this is the team of technical guys in the Indian Institute of Science who worked with me for many years. And this paper I wanted to tell you specifically, this is one of my latest paper published as a debate article in journal Homeopathy. It is Homeopathy seen as personalized nanomedicine. This paper is a very critical paper to understand the relationship between nanoparticles in homeopathy and the epigenetics, which is Dr. Khuda Baksh has proved as the hallmark of homeopathic drug action. And these are some of my work, which are nanodynamics is one of the work which is available in both English and German. And this is my latest work, which is going into the depth of the technical as well as the philosophical issues related to the medical world. It's not only related to homeopathy, but why the medical science is like this, what is the philosophy behind it, and how we can modify this system for further betterment. Let me show you few of the slides where my result are exhibited. This is an Aurum metallicum, which many of you might have seen earlier presentation. This is the 6C potency of Aurum metallicum, and you can see the aggregates of nanoparticles here with 0.3 to 20 nanometer size, and there are millions and millions of particles in a micro drop of homeopathic drug. And from the 6C I'm going directly to CM just to show you the wide gap. In CM potency, you will find the particles which are entirely different and finer with agglomeration also. And you can see the particle size is, the larger particles are bigger than the lower particles in the 6C potency. And this is a Hypericum 30C. It is studied in FESM, field emission scanning electron microscope. And here you can see the 30C potency of Hypericum. The nanoparticles are here. And also CM potency of Hypericum homeopathic drug. And here also the lower particles are smaller in size, 16.39, whereas the bigger particles are 68, all within the nanometer scale, less than 100 nanometer. And this is analysis of alcohol sample in FESM, which is with no particles seen, as well as in HR term, alcohol 30, potentized alcohol 30, and there is no evidence of any particles. So we are coming to a point that homeopathic drug contains the nanoparticles of the original drug materials in every concentration, whatever is the dilution. Why this is important? We are coming to another point. That is, our human structure, human body, the human body is living bodies, the biological system is managed in nanometer scale. Fundamentally, our systems are managed in nanometer scale. That means our DNA, our RNA, our enzymes, hormones, receptors, antigens, antibodies, everything is managed in nanometer scale. They are all nano devices. So nano devices are operating the human body. Therefore, for the treatment of the problems at the nano devices, you need medicine at nanoscale. This is what simply homeopathy is. So let us come deep into that point. What is our basis of existence? Our basis of existence is fundamentally the DNA coding which we receive from our parents at the time of the formation of zygote. The single cell which is formed in the uterus with the sperm and ovum, and that is the zygote, and which contains a DNA genetic mapping, a genetic code, and that is the basis of our existence. And from this only, the further growth happens from the pluripotent stem cells. We develop every organs and anatomical structures in our body, and the gene regulation control this development. Therefore, gene regulation is the basis of the human existence. Therefore, the biological existence from DNA to the gross organism is more apt than the current mechanistic model of medicine. And here I am coming to the other point where the genetics was well delineated by Professor Khuda. With his permission, I am showing you 3 slides. He did a pioneering work in 2011 and it was presented in 2011, and he studied about the signaling pathways, cell cycle analysis, cytogenetical parameters, and immunohistology and immunofluorescence of following parameters. And what he found, the result of his analysis, in the signaling pathway there is upregulation of genes as well as downregulation of genes happened with homeopathic drug. And in the cell cycle analysis, there is increase of cell population at S and G2 phases. And when in the cecal core fed animals, especially mice, these were near normal. And cytogenetical parameters, the chromosomal aberration, DNA damage, etc. are notified if the animals were treated with carcinogen, whereas treated with the cecal core later was revealed that they are being better or normal. At these parameters, histology and immunofluorescence again, the cecal core fed animals suggested reduced expression of some proteins and thereby showing its anti-cancer potentials against skin papilloma. So he gave a beautiful conclusion in that paper. He said that orthodox chemotherapeutic drug generally combat by using direct DNA damage and thereby cell death, whereas ultra diluted homeopathic remedies appear to adopt molecular pathways by causing modifications in signaling cascades through interaction with the DNA, presumably by epigenetic modification. This is a beautiful conclusion of how homeopathic medicine works. I am very sure the same paragraph is equally applicable even in case of coronavirus, where the homeopathic drug act like DNA and it make a immunogenetic modulation, and we are very sure about that. But unfortunately, we are not allowed to do any research even today due to scientific prejudices. And this is a picture where Professor Khuda has given me, and the modulating effect of cecal core 30. A normal animal, carcinogen treated, placebo treated, cecal core 30 treated. You can see the difference, it is really visible. So what is the problem? Conventional biomolecular medicine is what we are depending in the world by the major portion of humanity, because it is a life-saving approach in emergency situations. Everybody has to go for that. But it is a failed model in chronic diseases because they are evolving out of the genetic basis of existence. So whenever the genetic basis of existence comes, the so-called conventional medicine is finding helpless. That is what exactly happening in corona today. So the basis of biological basis of biomolecular medicine, we know that it is not the basis of strong scientific basis, but it is based on a report of Abraham Flexner in 1910. And it is further evolved with the fundamental philosophy of Cartesian as well as Newtonian physics, with its objectivity and predictability as the core. And later it is evolved with the Virchow cellular pathology and the bacteriological theories of Pasteur and Koch. But it was the icing of the cake was the discovery of penicillin, antibiotic by Alexander Fleming. But even then, it failed to contain even a single viral infection. Let me show you some interesting figures. You can just see this. In homeopathy, our council, Central Council of Homeopathy, has recommended arsenic 30 as an immune booster for COVID virus, and millions of people around the world have taken it. And today, the Health Minister of Kerala, there was a TV interview, and there she said, wherever homeopathy was taken as an immune booster, the disease possibility was comparatively much less. And even if somebody had the COVID, they all got cured within 3 to 4 days. This is a statement of the Health Minister of Kerala yesterday. And I am coming to this point. Arsenic at 200 something, which I have studied in the HRTEM 2014-16. 5 years back, I studied this drug as a part of my clinical my fundamental research, and you can see the size of nanoparticle here is 5.08 to 17.0 71.09 nanoparticle, and these particles are much smaller than a coronavirus. The average size of coronavirus is close to 150 nanometer, whereas the small particles of arsenic album 200 is close to 5 to 10 nanometer. You can just imagine. So that this arsenic can be a modulator for immunogenetic modulator, or the electron charges of positive charges of arsenic trioxide and the negative charges of coronavirus may be interacting factor to control the viral infection, and so it may be working in multitude of ways. We are not sure about it. We need the freedom to study about that. So another drug I am just showing, just for your curiosity, is a calcareous carb 1M. See the particles, and these particles are 101 to 106 nanometer size. And carbovegetabilis LM12, you can see the particles. Natrium LM1, you can see the particles. Naxomica CM, our one of the commonly used drugs, see the particles in plenty in Naxomica. And all this LM scale of potencies, I have to say thanks to Karthik for providing me the original drug material when I was searching for the solutions of 50 millismol for my analysis. He was kind enough to provide me with all this prepared in his laboratory. I thank him for his great contribution. So what is this meaning? We have seen two situations. One is homeopathic drug contains nanoscale materials close to atomic scale. We have seen that homeopathic drugs produces epigenetic modifications. So when you connect these two things, we are very sure that we are going to the close to the point. So homeopathy offers an alternative model to the conventional biomolecular medicine as far as natural diseases are concerned. Again, I am telling why this is important, because human system is managed at nanometer scale. Whether it is DNA, RNA, or hormones, enzymes, receptors, whatever it is based on nanometer scale devices. So we better to call homeopathy as a personalized nanomedicine. Why we are calling homeopathy as a personalized nanomedicine? That is a paper I have requested all of you to read from British Homeopathic Journal. Because the concept of totality in homeopathy, every practitioner extracts mental, physical and constitutional features from every patient. Whether it is coronavirus or it is a cancer, we have this system. Mental, physical and constitutional features we take. What are these features? Every important expression in the mind or physical or constitutional level are basically rooted in DNA, basically rooted in the genetics of the individual. Therefore, homeopathic individualization is a way to sketch the genetic blueprint of the person by using individual expressions. And this is based on proving signs and symptoms. So homeopathy can be better termed as a personalized nanomedicine, and that aspect of homeopathy is more relevant. We should understand that every practitioner and student of homeopathy should understand that we are dealing with a subtle, more deeper and more better science to heal the human beings. And what are the fault lines we are seeing? Fault lines we are seeing is the general frame of science has some problems. We are always thinking why homeopathic research is not going up to the level, or homeopathic research is not getting appreciated. Whenever you come with the result, people are looking at with skepticism, and even a good result will be termed as an impure result. Like that, so many negatives are coming up. Why? Because the frame of science, which is there in the mind of every scientist or the population of human beings, is based on Cartesian model of mind and body parallelism. Cartesian model of mind and body parallelism segregate mind and body as separate entities. You treat the body for the diseases of the individual organs and you treat the mind separately. Whereas in a holistic system like homeopathy, We consider the whole individual as a single unit. Therefore, we look at the mental features, physical features, as well as constitutional features. Therefore, this current model of science based on the Cartesian philosophy and Newtonian model, which is the basis of conventional medicine, is on the edge of failure. And that failure is visible and starking, and it is glaring in front of us with this pandemic of coronavirus. And that is why the situation leads to microorganism based approach or the virus based approach in the COVID-19. And this virus based approach leads to a hunt for vaccines. And today's New York Times, the main heading, New York Times newspaper, the main heading was "Race for Coronavirus Vaccine Pits Spy Agency Spies Against Spy." Race for coronavirus vaccine pits spy against spy. And here they mentioned about United States of America, China and Russia. Their spy agencies are working full time to leak the information from the other country to go first and view the vaccine and make more money. This is what I mentioned here as vulture capitalism in science. And that is scientific nepotism and rejection of all other possibilities. Homeopathy is one of the best possibility for coronavirus, but this is rejected, not by the local governments. It is rejected by WHO at the top level. And what the WHO said from day one onwards was misleading. And the guidance given to every individual nation, 196 nations on the earth and their states, which is a flow of information, flow of strategy, flow of protocol from top to bottom, is purposefully kept away the other possibilities of viral infection treatment like homeopathy, which has shown immense result in every earlier viral pandemics in history, including our viral infections in the 10 years back, our dengue fever, where hundreds and hundreds of people got completely cured with homeopathy, which homeopaths were very proud of. And we are being bombarded with fear mongering through the media 24 hours. And the media people, maybe they are ignorant about it or they are complicit about what is going on in the against the public health interest. And this is a problem where the freedom of people are being killed in the process of treatment. And this is a major attempt to tamper on with the fundamental democratic right of human beings to choose what they want. And we are being asked to take which is unproven, absolutely unproven. Homeopathy is an advanced medicine for future. Why I say homeopathy is an advanced medicine for future? Because the COVID-19 in the last 9 months has shown us it is not going to abate soon. And it has already cracked our health system completely, and it has already broken the backbone of our economy of every nation, and it has created a huge social and political shift. And the question of credibility of the current conventional medical system is completely tarnished, because whatever the protocols are given day by day, it is getting changed and nothing is effective, and forcefully it prevents others to do anything either in research or in the treatment of COVID. It has to change. So we are bracing for the new realities of existence. So the disintegration of Cartesian dualism in human health model is a high necessity for the advancement of human health for the future. Therefore, a new health model has to evolve, which is not suppressive of the immune system, whereas which will be supporting the immune system. So homeopathy for the last 200 years supported the human immune system to prevent the diseases and to cure the diseases. Therefore, we are in the edge now for a change, and that change is imminent, and we have to go for advanced research in immunogenetic modulations of homeopathic drugs in each diseases. I am very sure in the last 6 months, more than $10 billion have been spent for research by various governments to find out a vaccine. More than 10 billion. If $1 million is provided for homeopathic research in immunogenetic level, with the patients allowed to take homeopathic medicines, I am 100% sure within few months this pandemic will be completely under control with proper science. We are looking for an opportunity for that, and we don't feel disheartened. We are looking for every opportunity which will be opened after and during this COVID season. And I wish everybody a good health and a good time ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajendran. That was amazing and as incisive as it can get. And I hope this kind of shakes up the authorities to give more heat to homeopathy, to pump in more funds for homeopathic research, especially in the COVID era. And nobody could have put it better and more clearly than you in this current situation. Thank you so much. And I think what you have proposed through your study on nanotechnology and homeopathy will go a long way in explaining the mode of mechanism of homeopathic ultra dilutions, because that so far has been the most gray area regarding homeopathy. Because as a therapeutic modality, as treatment options, people are making it a very, very popular system these days. Unfortunately, this is the only area where we have been on the defensive until now. And I hope that your research work will pave the way for making homeopathy a very, very scientific and rational system of medicine. Thank you very much for coming on this panel and sharing your amazing views. Thank you very much. So now with this, there are some questions, but we will keep them for the last, because regarding your Cartesian theory, there's been a couple of questions, one by Dr. Laszlo Szabo, but perhaps we might just run out of time. So we'll first take the next panelist, and then we'll keep some questions for the last. So I hope you are going to be there. Okay, so now folks, hope you're enjoying this session. It is amazing, interactive, and so informative to get such distinguished people on the platform, on a common platform at the same time. We have to thank the COVID times for this technology now, because we are thousands of miles from each other, but virtually we are connected on one single plane, one single page right now. So yeah, so the next to be on the panel is the Aurum Project from Australia. That is Dr. Lindley Jordan and Gabriella Brody. You're both good to be welcome. Welcome, Lindley. Welcome, Gabrielle. Lovely to see
Dr. Sujata.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Amazing to have you here. I have been following your work for quite some time now, and you've been presenting at different conferences, and all your publications and the work that you've presented is truly, truly great. So let me just introduce you both to our viewers today. This is the first on the screen that you can see is, you can see her, Dr. Lindley Jordan from the Aurum Project. She's the director of this organization and at the Harbour Homeopathic Clinic at Sydney in Australia. Lindley is very well known for a pragmatic approach to healthcare, which includes a practical amount of nutritional support along with homeopathy in treating conditions such as glue ear, recurrent ear infections, conjunctivitis, tonsillitis, coughs, and ASD in children. Has published many articles and given keynote presentations at seminars about treatment of dentition problems, post-traumatic birth problems, postpartum depression, behavioral problems, and developmental disorders. Lindley is a recognized provider of the Autism Support Project, bringing affordable homeopathic care to children diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Phew, that's a huge list of achievements. I'm sure that this is just an abbreviated version of that, because if I had to go into it, it would be pages and pages. And supporting her is Gabrielle Brody, also from the Aurum Research Project. She's a member of the Aurum Project National Survey Research Team, and she was the Aurum Project representative at the HRI 2019 conference at London. I was happy. I was fortunate to be present there for your presentation, Gabrielle. Your paper was fantastic, and presented the poster on the first national survey of Australian homeopathy. Gabrielle also practices at Family Tree Health at Melbourne, Australia. So Lindley is in Sydney and Gabrielle is in Melbourne, and they're both going to coordinate their presentation. Welcome both, Lindley and Gabrielle, and you may start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Lindley.
I'm just sharing the screen, Gabrielle. Can you see the screen now just fine?
It's coming, yes.
Okay. Let me know when it comes up and then I'll start.
It's there.
Okay. Sorry.
It's all right. Start at the beginning.
Start at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the Aurum Project is a facility for homeopathic research in Australia. It's been going since 2006. We operate out of rooms in a building in Brookvale on the northern beaches of Sydney, and the Hardboard Homeopathic Clinic has been running the Aurum Project for many, many years, and we collaborate together doing research. So of course, the mission for the Aurum Project is to advance the understanding and practice of homeopathy in Australia by promoting and conducting research into homeopathy. The vision of the Aurum Project is therefore to provide contemporary evidence to promote the use of homeopathic treatment so that people can more confidently consider homeopathy as one of their healthcare options. So the structure of the Aurum Project, we always think of it like a honeycomb, that we all work together and one can't function quite properly without the other. So, of course, research is the center of what we do, and it's conducted by volunteers, the members of the Aurum Project, and divided up into research pods of interest of whatever the practitioners are following at the time. So, fundamental to having that research happen is our research coordinator, Dr. Celeste Salter. We partner with various people around the world, and we have sponsors throughout Australia and other places who support our work very strongly. The other things that keep our work going are the events that we host. We have a book barn where we sell books online to raise funds. And I think talking today with various people from the Aurum Project, it was stressed that we should say something about our marketing and communications and graphics team, because without them we wouldn't be able to promote our work and show it to people around the world. And one of the reasons for everybody coming together today was thinking about a roadmap and where we should go with research in the future. And something that Aurum Project would very much like to be able to comment on is that attention to detail when we're doing our research is hugely important, and if we're aiming to promote our work in English speaking language journals, that we need to edit the work very carefully. We need to have quite an amount of lead time so that the work is done in a fairly systematic way. We'll talk later about our national survey, but one of the most important things we did there was having a series of videos that people who were participating in the survey could follow to iron out any problems they might have been having. And that was, not surprisingly, one of the most important parts of the work we did, was having practitioners be able to follow these little videos. We had a policy that they had to be able to be understood by a 7-year-old, so that anybody looking at it from any device would be able to understand exactly what they should do next. So Aurum Project was first launched in 2006 in Australia. We've done various case series analysis and provings of melatonin. I won't mention all the things that we've done. I suppose some people didn't know about our work until the Just One Drop Australian premiere of the movie, which we hosted here in Sydney, and that video was shared by so many people around the world that I think that was the first time they heard about our work. But we have been going for quite a while and busily building up our body of work. The most recent thing that we did was a national survey last year, and that resulted in attending 3 international seminars in Italy, London, and New Zealand to present our work. So one of the major things we finished just last year was rebuilding a document about our Australian homeopathy research priorities. The first time we did this study was back in 2008, and we've just completed it again. And this is our roadmap about where we need to go next and what we need to do. some of the most important things, of course, are to increase our research capacity amongst our practitioners in Australia and to seek more funding, to think about what can people around Australia do to further their education about research. And we are seeking more opportunities for collaboration. We saw that as a research priority. Of course, identifying research topics that are within the capacity of our research members to be able to take on. We have created a framework for research and education, and we keep building on this all the time. We definitely want to upskill our practitioners to conduct research, and we're very aware that we have an aging population of practitioners in Australia with limited access to education now. Our practitioners have to be able to do online learning through either America, through Greece, through London, and more recently, a college in Queensland has started up, and this is all online. Gabrielle will talk a little more about that in a moment. So we identified that one of our most important things was to do the Australian National Survey of Homeopathic Practice to give us a good demographic picture and to make our work more visible and accessible. This has proved absolutely essential for when our Homeopathic Association, the Australian Homeopathic Association, has been talking to government bodies. We've been able to say exactly what is happening in the landscape of homeopathy here in Australia. Yeah. So the first National Homeopathy Survey, the first time it was ever done, we measured the demographics of the homeopaths and their patients. It's the first study of its kind done in Australia. We used an innovative mixed methods approach. It was designed to describe the practice activity over a 2-month period. And the survey can be accessed through the Aurum Project website, aurumproject.org.au. And there's a page with the posters on it and the recent article which was published in Similia Journal. So here's a photograph with Gabrielle at the poster presentation at the HRA conference in London 2019. It was hugely well accepted, and I can't remember exactly how many people from Australia attended. I think Gabrielle probably knows. I think there were more than 19. She'll mention in a moment. So there was a big new zest for research in Australia after the people came back from that conference. And I might just hand over to you now, Gabrielle.
Thanks, Lindley. The reason that we were able to do this research was because of Aurum Project and the fact that it already had a map. But the map that had been written in 2008 was very different to the landscape that we were living in terms of homeopathy and healthcare in Australia by even, well before 2018, 2017, when we were discussing the design of this survey. And it was a very grounded approach to do this survey. It was ignited by passion and urgency. We were in a bit of background. We're in a very difficult situation in Australia. The National Health and Medical Research Council, which is a really important agency, the primary agency of the Australian government responsible for medical and public health research, one of the top 10 largest health funders of health around the world that is globally recognised, had asked for submissions from various therapies. And they decided to make an example of the homeopathic submission. And they concluded that there was no reliable evidence for which homeopathy is effective. This had massive ramifications around the world. This was in 2015. We decided, of course, to take them to task. There was a lot of investigation going on, and there was a lot of controversy and upheaval as a result of this investigation, because there were some very poor administrative, procedural and scientific explorations that were uncovered, and a few stakeholders took this to the Ombudsman in Australia, who's an independent agency that is trying to settle the dispute. One of the stakeholders is the Australian Homeopathic Association. So it's between them and the NHMRC. So we were living in a land where basically we were under threat in terms of being able to practice. And it felt like natural medicine in general, complementary healthcare, etc., which is how it's viewed in Australia, was going to be eradicated from the landscape. So we had to get our skates on. It was a very almost socio-political kind of survey as well. So we thought we need to be accountable, we need to be responsible, we need to take this and measure our own activity. So the first thing to do was to build a story or a narrative. Where is our history? Well, who are we now? What do we do? Who comes to see us? How many are there of us? How many times do people come? What are they coming for? What are their ages? A very sort of socio-demographic look at things. And it was an exploratory study by its nature, very much a grounded way to look at things. And we adapted and connected to build this with the Aurum Project. So how do we describe the practice of homeopathy in Australia, especially when you no longer have academic institutions to go to because your education has been suspended, because tertiary education and qualification standards decided during the Ombudsman review to suspend our education. So we had very little access to research, let alone research funding. And also very little access to education pathways. Fortunately for us, though, in Australia, there does exist a strong complementary medicine research practice. One of them is called PRACI, which is Practitioner Research and Collaboration Initiative. So we went with their help and designed a study, and we put it through as a low-risk study through Human Research Ethics Committee to give it standing. Thanks, Lindley. I think we can move along. So when we decided to look at the study, we wanted to measure practice in Australia, a very large country with a much smaller population of homeopaths or clinicians than in India. I mean, we're talking very small. So we decided that we had to create a very strong recruitment program. Once we got the ethics approval, this recruitment program was one of our most laborious sections, but it was very worthwhile because without practitioners, we can't measure what's going on. So if we'd start at 12 o'clock, we just quickly go around. We use mobiles. We use the Australian Registry of Homeopaths, and we accredited the standard of professional practitioner that could enter the program, had to be registered at that level. So we had a good standard of practice. We did mail, as in snail mail. Through the Aurum Project, we did all of this work. We talked to people. We used Facebook. We used telephones because older practitioners tend to want to use their usual levels of communication. So we had to scope and net out everything. We used Instagram. We used SMS. And then we also made presentations at various conferences so that people would be interested in actually participating in research. And we used the Australian Homeopathic Association because a lot of practitioners just simply feel quite a void and don't feel that bridge between practice and research. So once we started the program, it was a 2-month time period where we recorded about 66 practitioners in the end came forward to do the study. They recorded lots of different demographics with all their clients, and we took a sample and we measured it against the Australian Homeopathic Association sample for that year, and we recorded that it was truly a representative sample of professional homeopaths that we were surveying. Thanks, Lindley. What we found is that if you're a woman or a female, you're most likely to be a homeopath, and if you are a woman looking for a health solution, you're most likely to go and see a female homeopath. So basically, there was a huge gender difference in homeopaths, male and female. Most homeopaths in Australia that are practicing or that joined the survey were female, and that tends to be true. And then also most clients, we call them clients really, or patients that go and see a homeopathic practitioner are most likely to be female. So if you're female, you're most likely to see a homeopath who's most likely to be female. Thanks, Lindley. When we look at the age distribution, overall, we had almost 1,500 visits. It was 1,477 over 2 months' time amongst 65 or 66 practitioners. And this is the distribution of the age range. So starting from babies, we often see a lot of babies at the most represented. And then you get quite a decline in the teenage years, which is quite typical according to some other studies. One of them was Francis Truehert's in London in 1995. And then you get a peak again around the 30s, often mothers bringing their children as well. And then slowly, slowly things start to decline. So that's our patient distribution by age. We use the ICPC2 to get practitioners to define what the client was coming to them for. So the ICPC2 is the International Classification for Primary Care. It's recognised by WHO as a general practice activity tool. We thought that was a good way to start with our survey. Now, our practitioners had to record this in something called Homeostats. Fortunately, one of our 7 members of the methodological and research team had a program that her husband had written called Homeostats. So we're able to utilize this program where we were digitally putting in all this information, and this required a lot of learning and instruction in terms of the videos that Lindley was referring to before, where even a 7-year-old could use this system. And what we found through the ICPC2, represented here in this slide, is that the mind, as a reason for visiting, so mental mind, was overwhelmingly the largest reason why people came to see their homeopath. And around the side, you see a lot of other primary care classifications that were recorded as well. Thanks, Lindley. So, children's reasons to visit as a result of this first survey. So there's about 100 in the first 3 groups, 2 to 4 years, 5 to 8 years, 9 to 14 years. And then as you see, there's like a drop off in the teenage years. They're less likely to come and visit. But there's a similar distribution about the reasons why all these children are coming. They're coming also for mental symptoms. It's 50% and over, actually. And so this was consistent across all of the reasons why patients or clients came to visit a homeopath. We found this to be really surprising. So many clinicians had thought that people were coming to them for largely physical reasons. And then second, you see the gut and then the skin. So these were the 3 main reasons that we saw children being brought to come and see a homeopath. So there was a lot more discoveries to be made in the survey, and in fact we're still drilling down data. We've just published a paper in Similia about the state of homeopathy in Australia and reasons why people are coming. That's okay, Linda, you can go forward.
Okay.
But I just wanted to say that, it's still work in progress, and we're planning a second national survey. The reason we're doing this is because there's more people that could come and give us their activity of practice, because also researching or doing a practice or professional audit or professional reflection is a really important tool. It's a really important activity because in our country, many of us are practicing alone. Lindley runs a Harboard Medical Clinic, but that's not a usual occurrence. A lot of practitioners are sole traders. So we really needed to come out of this isolation. And I don't know if I really meant that, but now I've said it, no pun intended. And we needed to integrate more, and we needed to create resources to help people to start to record what it is they are doing on the ground. In science, we often see this huge gap between what's going on in evidence-based medicine in the lab and what is happening on the ground. And this is being addressed in a form of science called implementation science. it takes a long time for those things that get found in the lab to get integrated in public health on the ground in Australia, approximately 12 to 17 years. And conversely, things that happen on the ground that people are measuring and then they decide that would go well in public healthcare take a long time to also reach it up to that scale. So what we really need to do is start to integrate those two arenas and build a bridge across them, because they are not mutually exclusive, and it will help everyone to be more resourceful and more informed and have a voice about where they would like to make their choices when it comes to healthcare. And also because we were so underrepresented in any form of information from governments or the public, and it erodes the confidence for the public if we're not able to be represented in a real way and in an unbiased way. So I'll get Lindley to talk about the other research pods that
sure.
the Aurum Project are doing.
Thank you, Gabrielle. So just fairly briefly, some of the other things that are happening at the moment, besides still spreading word about what we found in our survey. Of course, we're looking forward to doing a second national survey. There's a project in Queensland to help rejig homeopathy in the Solomon Islands, where they want to document what's actually happening and refresh what's happening with the older ladies giving out medicine. We're collecting more data about glue ear treatment to publish and autism. And one of the things that came up very strongly in our research priorities work was that we didn't actually have anybody look at the literature of Australian homeopathy. So that's underway right now. There were 1,700 articles which came up to be looked at, and we'll be publishing that in a little while. So the research pods are our way of collaborating in Australia. There's a few of them going. They might be 3, 4, 5, 6 people. They're active groups. They are an important reason to join the Aurum Project as a member. We have more than 150 members around Australia, New Zealand, and now around the world in other countries. Members are able to team up with other people to do research. And of course, we're trying to increase our capacity. So you don't have to be a PhD to join one of the groups. All you have to do is have a huge interest in research, and your hand will be held. Our Vice President, Susan Blackshaw, recently said becoming a member means that good ideas don't fizzle out. And we kind of thought that was a very cool way of saying, what does the Aurum Project actually do? If people are interested, we really want to be able to help them. So the members collaborate, but globally now, we would love to collaborate with other people and look at how does practice in other countries differ from the Australian homeopathic landscape.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a little map showing where some of our members are, and we keep our annual membership fee at a very reasonable price so that we can encourage other people to join us. We have established this platform in the Aurum Project so that people can easily communicate with each other. You don't have to be interested in research to join as a member. You can do that simply because you want to show support for the important work that we're doing in Australia. But we have a directory on the front page of the website, and some people join as practitioners, some people join as researchers. Next slide. There. Here's our contact details. If anybody wants to, you have to save that screen and come back to it later. The website is www.aurumproject, aurumproject.org.au. And thank you very much for being here in this interesting forum tonight. I'd just like to go back to something Rajendran said just a moment ago. He said, a new health model has to arrive. And I think I've always liked listening to what he says, because he's allowed to say things that we can't when we're in Australia.
Mm.
So I'll stop sharing now and we'll come back to the main screen.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody.
Wow, that was beautiful, amazing. thank you, Lily and Gabrielle, for giving us an insight into how homeopathy is practiced and studied in Australia. I saw that you conducted a survey, the demographic surveys on, and you kind of proved that females would visit a homeopath are more likely to visit a homeopath than a male. Perhaps the next research you could do on whether females make better homeopaths.
Is it in the statistics already?
Sujata, I know you're saying that your clinic only has females, doesn't it? It's very unusual in India to be that way.
Yes, yes. I took the liberty of saying that because I have two very esteemed lady researchers on the panel right now in front of me. So thank you very much, both of you. And there have been questions actually coming in my inbox. We don't have time for too many of them, but just a couple of them, if you could, if you're comfortable answering. One is, will you enlighten us about the report of the Australian Parliamentary Committee as once published by the WHO? Would you be able to answer that? This is asked by Akhilesh.
You mean the
Gabrielle?
NHMRC report?
Like me to repeat the question? Yeah, it is about, will you enlighten us about the report of the Australian Parliamentary Committee published by the WHO?
Okay. So it's the National Health and Medical Research Council. It is a government agency. And the review that was released in 2015 was actually the second homeopathy review. When it came out, and we were all very upset with the founding statement, which homeopathy, there was no evidence for which it was effective for any single condition. So after lots of investigation, it was quite easy to see that there'd been a lot of spurious, very, very poor activity going on behind the scenes. So the first thing was that there was a hidden review. So there was a first review that was brought out in 2012, but the review was put away and it was not declared to the public at all. And there were taxpayers' money spent on that. And the very academic institution that had done that first review were sacked. And the review was never spoken about. It was discovered through Freedom of Information requests. So that was something that was very, very surprising and eyebrow raising. Another thing was that there was 1,800 or so studies that were meant to be rigorously assessed. But in fact, and in the review, we found that they referred to 176 studies. Many of the papers that were retrieved, they were relying on secondary summaries and systematic reviews, and they did not do a systematic review of any of the systematic reviews, so they weren't even accessing primary documents. This was a really worrying thing in terms of procedure and methodology, and against their own standards, in fact. There was a lot of, after the first review and the second review, there were some post hoc changes to the research protocol, and they created what we call arbitrary criteria. So, for instance, they said that they wouldn't accept any trials from the 176 remaining studies that had less than 150 participants, and that each of the studies had to reach 100% threshold for study quality rating, which has never happened anywhere. So that relieved them of looking at 171 of the 176 studies, and that just left 5 studies to be assessed. In the actual review panel, there were no subject or research experts on the committee. So, in fact, there was not one homeopathic professional researcher or homeopath on the review committee. There was lots of conflicts of interest and bias in the actual panel who was on the review committee, and none of this was ever really disclosed or fairly treated. So this is just a few of many of the reasons why we took, or why the review was taken to the Ombudsman, and we went outside the court system to the Ombudsman to challenge this review. And we're still waiting. We're close to a determination. But it is something that we haven't received yet. The whole world is waiting, I think.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gabriel, for letting us know about that. But it is commendable how the Aurum Project has not just survived, but it is thriving in such a hostile environment. So I think that should be the spirit of homeopaths all over the world. Yes, and I think that is keeping homeopathy not just alive, but it is actually thriving in so many places. Just to give you a bit of information, in India, recent survey shows that 52% of the population has been taking homeopathy at some point or the other. And in a population of 1.3 billion, you can imagine these numbers. So it's a very heartening piece of news indeed. There's just one more question, Lily, if you could answer that. Since you're involved, the Aurum Project is involved in improving health outcomes in the pediatric population with homeopathy. Is there a different approach you would take in pediatric cases when it comes to homeopathy? Would your approach be different? As a practitioner, would it be different from the conventional approach? How would you in hospital setting?
That's a practitioner question, not a research question. So that's me answering as an individual, and I'm not answering as the Aurum Project when I would say that. But I suppose if the child has never had homeopathy before, we would use probably more gentle dosing than normal. And probably the biggest difference would be that we very much take into account the state of the mother and possibly sometimes the father. If it's a very young child, we'd be looking at the pregnancy and the birth, especially if it's a behavioral disorder. They're very important parts to be looking at. So other than that, it's case taking as normal, looking as much as we can of the whole of the child. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, yes. This question has been posed by somebody. See, we have a motley of persons attending this conference, this webinar today, and there are students and homeopaths, researchers, and clinicians as well. So there are questions coming from all fronts. So I thought that I could pose this question to you.
Sure.
But anyway, this has been amazing, very enlightening indeed, and we look forward to having you again on board sometime, and we'll keep in touch. Thank you very much, and we will perhaps come back at the end if you have time for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sujata. It's lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, so our next distinguished speaker on our panel is no less than Dr. Michael Frass from Vienna, Austria. And we have another very, very distinguished doctor to introduce him, and that is Dr. Kavita Chandak. Can we have you, Dr. Kavita?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello, Dr. Kavita. Lovely to have you on this platform. Dr. Kavita has a string of achievements to her credit, and we would not have enough time to enumerate all of them. But just in a nutshell, she's a classical homeopath with a very, very meritorious career and excellent academic achievements. She is a PhD scholar, and she's on the advisory board of several journals, and she's also a board member of the Afghanistan Medical Association. She practices in Nagpur. She has 2 clinics there, doing several research projects along with her clinical practice. And today she is going to be introducing Dr. Michael Frass to all of us. Welcome, Dr. Kavita. Please take over.
Thank you, Sujata. Hello, Dr. Michael. Good afternoon.
Hi, Kavita.
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you.
Same here, same here. Okay. So, friends, yeah, pardon, sir?
I just wanted to ask whether you start with your presentation or I should start, and how I can manage to share my screen.
Okay. Till then, I'll give your introduction first, sir. So, friends, today I am here to introduce Dr. Michael Frass. He is a noted specialist and professor in internal medicine from the Medical University of Vienna, Austria. Is known for his work in the field of airway management. He is the inventor of Combi Tube, a twin lumen airway device for use in emergency settings. He did his MD in 1978 from Vienna University Medical School. He did his research training from Institute of Molecular Biology for 6 months in Institut Pasteur at Paris and at Porter Memorial Hospital, EMS Valparaiso, Indiana, America. He underwent for clinical training at Medical Chemical Institute, University School of Medicine, Vienna. Second Department of Internal Medicine, University School of Medicine, Vienna, Austria. Later on, he did his intensive care unit at Department of Internal Medicine, Vienna. He is sitting on the throne as Head Outpatient Unit, Homeopathy and Malignant Diseases, Division of Clinical Oncology since 2004 till now. Wow, sir, you really deserve an applaud. From 1992 to 2004, he was the head of Intensive Care Unit, Department of Internal Medicine, Vienna. He is supervisor for homeopathy of AKH, Vienna. Docent of AKH for training courses in Salzburg, chairman of the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute for Homeopathica, member of the Scientific Advisory Board of the Vienna International Academy of Holistic Medicine, expert for airway management and homeopathy in intensive care medicine, Center of Excellence of Medical Intensive Care. He is the coordinator for the Veris Welfare Homeopathy, Medicine University Vienna, chairperson Institute for Homeopathic Research. Now let me talk about his certification and license. He has medical license from Austria, license for emergency medicine from Austria, license for homeopathy from Austria, license for homeopathy from Austria,
No, there's a break. I can't hear you. Oh, I don't hear.
Management and American Institute of Homeopathy, that is AKH and OGHM. AKH and OGHM are the homeopathic institutes presently working in Europe. Now, let me throw some light on the organization of international scientific congresses where he has been participated. He is the member of Conference Scientific and Organizational Committee at the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th Pan-European Conference on Emergency Medicines. Organization of several workshops for the management of the difficult airway. His contribution to research in the field of homeopathy is appreciable. He is the first chairman of the Scientific Society of Homeopathy, WISOM, founded in 2010. President of the umbrella organization of Austrian Doctors for Holistic Medicine and Vice President of the Doctors Association for Classical Homeopathy. He has edited a textbook, Homeopathy in Intensive Care and Emergency Medicine, which has got worldwide acclaim. Now his present research interests are evaluation of effectiveness of ventilation with a new airway for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The contribute he has been included into the standards of the American Heart Association at the 5th National Conference for Cardiopulmonary Resuscitation and Emergency Cardiac Care in Dallas, February 1992. It is also included into the algorithm for difficult intubation of the American Society of Anesthesiologists. His second interest is in clinical evaluation of plasma concentration of alpha-atrial neuriatric peptide in critically ill patients during mechanical ventilation and continuous veno-venous hemofiltration. And as well, he has a lot of interest in homeopathy, research in homeopathy, both experimental and clinical. This was just a short CV, just a short CV of Dr. Michael Frass. If I will read the complete CV, it will require just few months to me, not more than that. Currently, he is practicing in his very beautiful clinic, which is present in the heart of the city, Vienna, and I visited that place where various patients are regularly visiting him for the betterment, for the treatment of cancer. To be a great doctor is only possible when you are a great human being. And Dr. Michael Frass is the live example of this thing. Thank you, Dr. Michael Frass. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you on behalf of Research Conclave as well as on the behalf of India. You are such a great person and a polite person. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kavita. I think this was a very nice introduction, and I announced that Kavita was staying in my office for a while, and I know that India is the land of hope for homeopathy, because European countries are now in a very bad situation, and now I want to make this a little bit better. And, okay, yeah, so, I think I just want to talk a little bit about pragmatic and explanatory clinical trials, because I think there are two opposite approaches to research in homeopathy, and I just want to show you another minute. So please continue. Yes, there's a question: what happens with a drug after clinical trials? For example, with anti-lipid substances, for example, it has been shown that the effect is very high in explanatory studies, but these studies don't show the real world, and the development of new drugs includes in one way the assessing whether it's safe and whether the benefit of the patient outweighs the impact of side effects. I think this is also the same with all vaccinations, and also assessing whether it works under certain circumstances. And I think in order to answer these questions, it has to be found out whether it has been used in real people, which usually means that most older people suffer from a multitude of medical conditions, and this seems to grow exponentially as the patients grew older. And patients are also taking a variety of drugs in order to combat these conditions and the side effects of the drugs. And as we all know, there's an exponentially increase of interactions between different medical interventions, and of course, especially with different drugs. And there's a significant gap in knowledge regarding the benefit of these drugs once they have been improved. And it has been found out, for example, with anti-lipid substances, that these drugs have a very good effect in a selected population, but in reality, only 20% of patients who have been prescribed these anti-lipid drugs really take it, and only 40% of patients with cardiac disease who might really benefit from those drugs really takes this. So it's a big gap between the explanatory study and the pragmatic use. And in addition, what was not taken into account in these studies was the relation between females and males, and also the number of side effects, for example, dementia, and also increase of liver parameters, and also muscular diseases. And according to Witcher and all, the pragmatic clinical trials are randomized trials that seek to compare the effectiveness of 2 or more interventions in real-world settings. So generally, the pragmatic clinical trials are closely integrated with clinical practice, and the incorporate outcomes are relevant to patients and other relevant stakeholders. And I think this is what we might pursue in order to convince politicians that homeopathy is a very valid method, because politicians don't have the insight into high scientific papers. I think it makes more sense to confront them with pragmatic clinical trials. And include a broad range of clinical settings and have a minimal exclusion criteria. For example, with the anti-lipid studies, the number of patients did not the patients did not reflect the real world, because many people with a variety of diseases and a lot of different drugs intake were excluded or not included because of very distinct inclusion and exclusion criteria. And these trials seek clinically applicable evidence about the relative advantages and disadvantages of interventions to inform the decisions made by clinicians, patients, and others. And recently, given pressures to improve the healthcare quality and interest in transforming healthcare institutions into learning of healthcare systems, PCTs have received increased emphasis and support. Now, I think this slide has already been seen. Next, please. And pragmatic trials, of course, still have to adhere to the stringent trial methods for minimizing selection, performance, information, attrition, selective outcome reporting, publication bias, as all the scientific papers should do now. And they have to be prospectively registered and reported fully according to the pragmatic trials extension of the consort statement. And there's also a tool, so-called precise tool. It's a pragmatic explanatory continuum indicator summary tool. It's a method for assessing where on the pragmatic explanatory continuum a trial resides and which aspects are more pragmatic or explanatory. So more pragmatic trials should be considered in medicine so that they better inform patient care, but there's no study which is completely pragmatic and or completely explanatory. There's always a mixture between. So in this slide, you can see the difference between explanatory trials and pragmatic trials. Pragmatic trials have a high external validity. They need a large sample size, as a relatively simple design and diverse settings, and most of these trials are phase 4. While explanatory trials have a very high internal validity, there's a smaller sample size, a very sophisticated design with very distinct inclusion and exclusion criteria and a controlled environment, and mostly those studies are phase 2 or 3. And on the other side, there are some limitations of PCTs, because they can cost more than explanatory trials and they may require a more complex study design. And if you look for the dimensions for assessing the level of pragmatism in a trial, we can look to the eligibility. To what extent are the participants in the trial similar to patients who would receive this intervention if it was part of usual care? And then the next big question, and one of the limitations of my studies I've done, is the recruitment of patients. How much extra effort is made to recruit participants over and above what would be used in the usual care setting to engage with patients? I think with regard to recruitment, I'm very much in favor of the TWIX procedure described by Philip Fieber from Great Britain, the trials within cohorts, so that everyone who enters the hospital has to sign primarily his agreement, his rough agreement to be a part of studies, so that every doctor now knows which patients with which diagnosis are entering the hospital, and then they can contact the patient directly. And another problem is the setting. How different are the settings of the trial from the usual care setting? And I think it's very difficult to perform a study in a private office, for example, opposite to a university hospital. But the university hospital, otherwise, on the other side, does not reflect the usual care setting. Now, the next question is organization. How different are the resources, provider expertise, and organization of care delivery in the intervention group of the trial from those available in usual care? Flexibility in delivery How different is the flexibility in how the intervention is delivered from the flexibility anticipated in usual care? I think usually I would say the flexibility is very high if you're working in a hospital. It's much more difficult if you're working in an outpatient unit or in a private office. And flexibility in adherence, now it means how different is the flexibility in how participants are monitored and encouraged to adhere to the intervention of the flexibility anticipated in usual care. And very important is the follow-up. How different is the intensity of measurement in the follow-up of participations in the trial from the typical follow-up in usual care? And I will show you in one of my studies how I tried to find a way to adjust to usual care time follow-ups. Now, of course, primary outcome is very important. Is it directly relevant to participants? And primary analysis, to what extent are all data included in the analysis of the primary outcome? So I think one of the publication biases might be that you don't take into account all data you have collected. Now, I think informed consent is very important. This is maybe a new approach, is the TWIX program. I just told you the trials within cohorts, and informed consent is a barrier to unselected participant recruitment. To guarantee that everybody who is eligible is included, this requirement would need to be waived. In some contexts, it's possible, subject to ethical approval, to conduct trials without consent or with modified consent. For example, in emergencies, it's almost impossible to achieve written consent from the patient or his relatives. Now, one of the problems I have found during my studies is a lack of qualified homeopaths in universities. Actually, I was the only one who has outed himself as a homeopath in a university hospital. And there's a lack of qualified co-workers. Next problem is a lack of financial resources, because most of the homeopathic pharmaceutical industries are not so much interested in single remedies, but much more in complex remedies. You also need you need a room for performing homeopathy. And the main problem I just told you is the willingness of conventional physicians to help you to recruit patients. And also you need a neutral atmosphere if you have the feeling what says that the dean of university is totally against your activities. It doesn't help you with research. Now, there's no single trial, may be pragmatic or otherwise, which is likely to answer all potential questions about the value of any healthcare technology. Now, I'd show you a pragmatic study. It's a pragmatic randomized control trial, and we wanted to find out about the influence of add-on homeopathy on global health studies and subjective well-being in cancer patients. Next slide. So it was 410 patients who received standard anti-cancer therapy, and in about were randomized to receive or not receive classical homeopathic adjunctive therapy in addition. The setting was the Medical University of Vienna, Department of Medicine 1. And it was an open pragmatic trial. There was no placebo in the control group. I think this reflects the real world. Some people have said, no, this is not a good idea because the control group should have taken placebo globals, but we decided in real world the control group doesn't take placebos. Mostly influenced by the Swiss group of Dr. Spinedi and Wurster, we used Q potencies in increasing potencies starting with Q1, but also C and LM potencies were prescribed, and they were prepared according to the European Pharmacopoeia and homeopathic pharmacopoeia. Now, this is a well-known questionnaire from the European Organization for Research and Treatment in Cancer. The 30, so all patients had to complete this questionnaire at baseline and every 9 weeks. Now, patients, I think this is also something you can imagine that it's possible in a social insurance programs that the patient will come to your office every 9 weeks. And now we can start over because several points. If you could click, please, then you will find that global health status improved in the homeopathy group within 18 weeks, and subjective well-being, as well as all the functional parameters, fatigue, pain, dyspnea, and only diarrhea worsened. In the control group, we had an improvement of subjective well-being, and we had a deterioration of physical functioning and improvement of role functioning, and the deterioration of nausea, vomiting, and pain, and also deterioration of constipation, appetite loss, and diarrhea. But if you compare now the homeopathy group versus the control group, we find that the global health status as well as global subjective well-being improved in the homeopathy group significantly versus the control group. The same is with all the functional parameters and also with fatigue and also with pain, dyspnea. There was an improvement of homeopathy group versus the control group and also with appetite loss. Now, in conclusion, I think this was the first prospective control study evaluating add-on classical homeopathy in cancer patients at the same center. And the global health status and subjective well-being of cancer patients improved significantly with homeopathy. Now, the next study, you are the first to see the results of these studies. I have just submitted the paper, but I haven't presented it at any conference. So this is the first presentation, public presentation, but it's still to some extent confidential until it is really published. This was a study evaluating the effect of homeopathic treatment as an add-on therapy in patients with non-small cell lung cancer. And this was a prospective randomized placebo-controlled double-blind 3-arms multicenter study. Now, the background was we wanted to find out whether additive homeopathy might influence quality of life and survival in patients with non-small cell lung cancer. The methods was a prospective placebo-controlled randomized double-blind 3-arm multicenter study phase 3, and the effects of the additive homeopathic treatment as compared to placebo regarding quality of life was evaluated in the 2 randomized groups, while survival time was evaluated in all 3 groups. Now, the 3rd group was just a control group. Patients were just observed, but they didn't undergo any homeopathic intervention. So we wanted to find out there may be an effect of homeopathy, there may be an effect of placebo because of the homeopath, and this was ruled out with this 3rd control group that had no meeting with the homeopath. Now, patients again visited the hospital every 9 weeks. Altogether, we had 150 patients with stage 4 lung cancer. This also complies with Australian standards, which are also, of course, not at all proven by any professional statistical method. And 98 received either individualized homeopathic remedies or placebo, double-blinded, while 52 control patients were observed without any homeopathic treatment, just for survival only. The results were that quality of life as well as functional and symptom scales showed a significant improvement in the homeopathy group when compared to placebo after 9 and 18 weeks of homeopathic treatment. And I think the most exciting result was that median survival time was significantly longer in the homeopathy group, 435 days versus placebo, 257 days, as well as versus control with 228 days. This was significant too. And survival rate in the homeopathy group differed significantly from placebo and from control. Next, please. So in conclusion, the quality of life improved significantly in the homeopathy group compared to placebo. And in addition, survival was significantly longer in the homeopathy group versus placebo and control. A higher quality of life might have contributed to the prolonged survival because there are some studies by Montasseri, which has shown with conventional studies that with higher quality of life, the survival improves. Studies suggest that homeopathy positively influences not only quality of life, but also survival. Further studies, including other tumor entities, are warranted. Thank you for your attention. My future research might include children with FAPA, periodic fever, after pharyngitis, and cervical adenitis. And I have just heard from this syndrome from a mother with a child affected by FAPA. And so far, I have treated about 7-8 children, and it appears to work fantastic. And you don't need cortisol, and nowadays conventional medicine wants to use colchicine. So if anybody of you would like to cooperate with me with FAPA research, I would be more than happy, because I think this is a syndrome which responds very well to homeopathy.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frass. This was very, very encouraging, very inspiring. And I think your talk will go a long way in convincing the skeptics of homeopathy who have so far been so critical of using homeopathy in clinical settings. This is fantastic. I was deeply impressed by your study, which showed that as compared to placebo, homeopathic remedies definitely had better outcomes in terms of quality of life, in terms of survival. That's amazing indeed. And I think your work is going to speak volumes for the homeopaths all over the world. And at the end of this discussion, I'm sure that many more homeopaths will be encouraged to take up research in homeopathy as a career, perhaps. So this has been very inspiring. Thank you, Dr. Frass. Deeply impressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We would have lots of questions for you, but you might just have to wait until the end of the session, because we have Ileana Rindasu who's waiting in the wings to take over. Thank you very much, and we would love to welcome you once again on board whenever the opportunity arises.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Ileana, you are next.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, welcome, Ileana. It's lovely to see you again.
Yeah.
And yes, and those of the homeopaths who have logged in and who are waiting to listen to Ileana, and all the skeptics who think that homeopathy is nothing but placebo, Ileana has some stunning results to show from fields where you just cannot negate the work that she has done, because you just have to wait and listen to her, and you'll know what I'm talking about. So Ileana is a medical doctor. Ileana Rindasu is a medical doctor specialized in physiotherapy and rehabilitation. She is an acupuncture specialist and a senior homeopathic consultant, and the general secretary of the Romanian Society of Homeopathy. That's a wonderful combination indeed. She's also a lecturer in homeopathy at the National School of Public Health, Management and Improvement in Sanitary field for doctors who want to study homeopathy. A keen researcher of homeopathy. She has several publications to her credit. And today she's going to speak on a field which is very, very convincing, the kind of work that she has done. Welcome, Ileana, to this prestigious platform. We are glad to have you here today.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very glad to meet you all, and it's a great honor for me to be present with so big names, so great names in homeopathic research. We are all very grateful to all these wonderful people, medical doctors and researchers who really inspire us in our work and give us hope that homeopathy will always win and will prove its value. Now, speaking about myself and what I did, I think this is the story of each one of you, because everybody who practices homeopathy, I'm sure, is very passionate about homeopathy, and we all know the value of this wonderful science and art. So when we hear that skeptics are attacking homeopathy, we are somehow very astonished, because we know that homeopathy is really working. Now the problem is how to prove to people who do not know anything about homeopathy. I think that skeptics know, but they do not want to recognize. But people who are really willing to know, because there are honest people among allopathic medical doctors and among the public, people who really don't know about homeopathy anything. And how can we convince these people that really we know what we are doing and that homeopathy is really working? All of us can do something, and research is the key. But I don't think that you have to be necessarily a researcher in a specialized manner. I mean, each of us has a diploma, we are practicing homeopathy, and we can give good advice to other specialists. So the key word, I think, is cooperation. We should cooperate among us, of course, among homeopaths of different schools, and see what is uniting us. But also we have to cooperate with other specialists, people who would like to know about homeopathy and who would like to use its benefits in their domains. So a few years ago, when attacks were very strong in Romania against homeopathy, together with my colleagues, we thought everybody what we can do in order to prove that homeopathy is really working. So my colleagues did what they could, and I did also what I could do my best. And the best I thought about was to prove that in some patients which cannot be suspected of having a placebo effect, the best patients are the plants. So I thought about agro-homeopathy. I started to study about it, books. I read the book of Dr. Kaviraj, the regretted homeopath from Australia, who has a very good book about agro-homeopathy. I also read what I could in the literature in this domain. And I went also to a seminar in Italy, a seminar of Ratko Tichavsky, which I consider the best agro-homeopath in nowadays world. And I invite you, those who want to study with him, to go and study. He has even online courses in the Comenius Institute from Mexico. After I have done all this approach about agro-homeopathy, I found out people who were really eager to know about the benefits of homeopathy in the agronomic university, in the University of Agronomic Sciences and Veterinary Medicine from Bucharest. I found out Professor Florin Stănică and other professors who really gave me the chance to show them what is homeopathy doing. Now, in this respect, I knew about homeopathy, as I said, what I read. The beginnings of agro-homeopathy go to 1923, when Lily Kolisko made some studies on germination and growth on different plant species. She was a disciple of Rudolf Steiner. And wheat was mentioned in literature as the most frequent model, especially as isopathic model. It is stressed with a substance, and then the same substance in a homeopathic dilution is used for treatment. Among the models of treatment, the most frequent actually is wheat seedling model stressed with arsenic trioxide and then treated with homeopathic preparation of Arsenicum album. This model is investigated since 1997 by an Italian team of researchers, actually by Professor Betti. And she's also a very famous name in research. I think that she should be invited once to talk about her extraordinary experience. Now, what I tried to do in the first designed experience was to use the wheat model and also to see how the salinity can be, the effect of salinity as a stress factor can be counteracted. Knowing that salinity has a negative impact on seed germination and seedling growth, affecting processes, physiological, biochemical processes in plants, and being a very important stress factor, yes, in many arid regions of the world. Now, there are many other studies. Of course, when you perform a study, you have to study the literature, what has been done before you are doing an experiment. So I saw that, for instance, in 2005, an author, Tige, studied the effect of homeopathic dilutions of Natrium muriaticum on cress, also on germination and growth. And these authors stressed cress with a sodium chloride solution. And then they studied what happened when cress was treated with Natrium muriaticum. And the result, they said, was that germination decreased with certain potencies and other potencies did not have an effect. Now, another experiment refers to Natrium muriaticum dilutions, which were used for Phaseolus vulgaris, which is the bean, and it had a stimulating effect on the growth of this plant, especially with 6-CH. And another plant which was treated was Vigna unguiculata, treated first with Natrium muriaticum, then stressed with a natrium chloride solution. And the results were that the pretreated group had an increased germination when compared to the control group. So the treatment with the homeopathic dilution of Natrium muriaticum had a very good effect on germination. Next slide, please. Yes. Another experiment was done with Sepia 200, which counteracted the effect of salt stress in cowpea seedlings. And then in 2016, a study was performed by Mondal on cowpea seeds and pointed out that Natrium muriaticum, also CH200, can be used with positive results on plants grown on brackish soils, meaning that these are soils with a bigger salinity. In Romania, other researchers made research in 2015 showing the effects of some ponderal doses of substances, because other researchers studied ponderal doses effect as pre-treatment. This is called priming of the seeds. They used carrot, Daucus carota, and concluded that some substances can be used in priming. Afterwards, I cooperated with Professor Delian, and she agreed to use for priming homeopathic remedies. This is why I included this study also. Next slide. The study I propose you as an example exposed a variety of wheat to a moderately high salinity level, and we observed the effects of different treatments with Natrium muriaticum comparatively with the control samples. As material, we used the wheat glossa variety. And as I told you, wheat is the most used model because it's a very easy possibility to observe the germination and growth of this model in a very short time. So you can observe quickly the effect of your treatments. Next slide. The experiment took place in the laboratory and also in a growth chamber of the University of Agronomic Sciences from Bucharest. We used two different variants. One was studied, as I said, in a laboratory. We see here exactly the conditions of study. And another variant was put in a growth chamber. And then we studied comparatively to see what happened to these two variants. Next slide. Here you see exactly the description. There were 10 sterile Petri dishes with sterile sand, 10 seeds of wheat in each Petri dish. The seeds and the sand were wetted with 10 milliliters of sodium chloride solution. Immediately afterwards, we treated them with 10 different solutions, numbered from 1 to 10. And these solutions were solutions of natrium muriaticum of different potencies, as you can see here in the slide. Also, we used two control samples, one of them being simple spring water and another one spring water mechanically agitated, making the succussions for CH7, yes, comparatively to CH7. One variant of 10 dishes we put in the growth chamber, which we show in the figure 1, and another one was studied in the laboratory. Each day we observed the rate of germination and the length of the shoots for a period of 9 days. Next slide shows us the dishes in the growth chamber, yes, and the next slide shows us the dishes in the natural environment in the beginning of the study. Yes, next one. We see here the correspondence between the numbers and the different solutions applied. As you see here, because we wrote only the numbers on the Petri dishes, and nobody knew exactly what was the treatment applied there. Only we wrote this on a paper. And you see the correspondence. Yes, next slide. Now for results and discussions, the germination rate and the length of shoots responded differently to treatments made with the different solutions applied, and we obtained the highest growth in the 9th day, which was the last days of the experiment, for the potencies CH7 and CH15, so the better results. We see here the picture with the Petri dishes, samples 3 and 5, yes, CH7 and CH15, and the last samples are corresponding to the 9th sample with D6 natrium muriaticum, the worst results for this very low potency. Next result. Next slide, yes. So here we see the graphical representations of what I told you before. We see the growth and the germination of the samples. Yes, next slide. What is interesting is that sample of water CH7 had a better tendency of germination and growth when compared with sample 2, which was with simple water. And this study confirms what was observed by an Italian researcher, Brizzi, in 2000 and 2011, but was not confirmed by other researchers like Baumgartner. So this is interesting to be studied again by future researchers. If succast water has better results than simple water. Our study pointed out that homeopathic remedies have effects on plants, confirming other studies from literature, that the results depend on the dilution that is used. And in our study, it seemed that low dilutions like D6 have a bad result of inhibiting the germination. But this is possible due to the fact that we stressed the seeds with saline solution, and then we gave a treatment with a low potency of natrium muriaticum, which also contains material doses of sodium chloride. So it's possible that the stress was increased with these very low dilutions. But CH7 and CH15, which are also not very high dilutions, had a very good effect comparatively with higher potencies like C30 or C200. Now, a second study that I designed was also performed at the university, the same university, with Professor Stanica and Professor Delian. And now we studied the effects also of sodium chloride high dilutions, meaning natrium muriaticum dilutions, on wheat seed germination and seedling growth. But now we gave the remedies as a priming treatment. Next slide. Actually, this germination and seedling growth is very important for commercial agriculture, and these indicators can be a screening tool in the early stages of plant establishment. Based on their values, the physiological traits of the plant can be surmised for later stages. Yes, next one. As I said, wheat is the first position model. So again, we used wheat. And there were other studies performed also with kind of priming solutions, studying silver nitrate, arsenicum album, copper sulfate, ferrous sulfate, lead nitrate tested on the wheat germination model. Next one. The homeopathic potencies effects have been confirmed almost by all researchers, even if we speak all the time about potencies beyond the Avogadro's number. And so in our study, we used natrium muriaticum potencies with the purpose of obtaining a wheat seeds invigoration. Next one. The experiment again performed at the same university and faculty in the laboratory conditions described here. Yes, the next one. We used again the glossa variety of wheat, which was exposed to different priming treatments. Again, we have variants with different numbers. The first variant is natrium muriaticum D6, then we have natrium muriaticum C30, natrium muriaticum C200, and then we have the control groups V4 with hydropriming, meaning with simple water, and V5 no treatment performed as priming treatment. There were 4 replicates of 25 seeds placed on a filter paper in Petri dishes, which we used. And here I described exactly how we sterilized first the seeds, then they were submitted to an imbibition period with treatments for priming during 24 hours. And then in the second day, they were arranged on Petri dishes and 5 milliliters of distilled water was applied into each dish. Yes, next one. After 24 hours for 7 days, the germinated seeds were counted every day. And we calculated certain germination indicators, which you can see here: cumulative germination percentage, electrolytes leakage during seeds imbibition period, final germination percentage, mean germination time, mean daily germination. Yes, next one. We have also measured on the 7th day seedlings, and we saw the length of roots and shoots. And we calculated certain other indicators like seedling vigor index. You see the formula of this indicator. Next one, other indicators were radical vigor index and shoot vigor index. We performed also statistical analysis, which is absolutely necessary. Yes, next one. As results and discussions, we noticed that for all homeopathic remedies, seeds started to germinate 1 day after sowing, while in the case of V4 and V5, which were the control groups, no germination was noticed in this day. Beginning from the second day, then there was a faster germination with remarkable higher values registered, especially for V2 and V3, which were C30 and C200, and this trend was maintained later on. So we will see that the germination started later for V4 and V5, only on the second day. In the next figure, we made yes, next slide. Here you can see that in the first day we have only V1, V2, and V3 represented because there was no germination in V4 and V5. Next one. Next, yes. The positive influence of homeopathic remedies, we thought which can be the explanation for this influence, and it can be due to a better water absorption during imbibition period. This on the one hand, because there was an observation that water absorption was much better for V1, V2, and V3 compared to the controls. And the other possibly explanation is an earlier induction of metabolic processes when the germination begins. There is a faster imbibition after the 24-hour period of imbibition, which was also noticed by researcher Mahakam in 2017. He used rice seeds and Argentum nitricum as priming treatments. Another thing which is very good was that electrolytes leakage values during imbibition period was lower in the homeopathic samples, especially in V3, against the hydropriming, which was one of the control groups. This physiological feature has a major impact on the germination stages. Also, we noticed a very good effect of homeopathic remedies on the final germination, with the highest values for V2 and the lowest for V4, which is one of the control groups. But these were not statistically significant, this data from final germination. So in the end, the germination is the same, but the good effect is that the germination starts earlier and is faster, which is very good for the physiology of the plant. You see here the graphical form, electrolytes leakage after the imbibition period. Yes, next one. Next one, final wheat seed germination percentage. Yes, next one. Then we will see that the mean germination time was significantly reduced by homeopathic remedies. You see here exactly from 3.52 days to 1.68 days. So it's very good if the mean germination time is lower. A lower value was also noticed for V2, and moreover, even in the case of V1, D6, that D6 which was not good in the first experiment. And this, of course, all the data was compared with the hydroprimed and non-primed seeds. Now, in addition, regarding the mean daily germination data, we observe the same trends. Mean daily germination is higher and closely has close values for V3 and V2, followed by V1. Yes, next one. Here are the graphical representation. Next one. Yes, next. Then another thing which has to be done when you perform such a type of study is to see the seedling weight. In this case, the seedling weight was not significantly influenced in general by the seeds priming treatments. And we measured the fresh weight, and you also then have to measure the dry weight of these shoots and roots. So there was only one exception for variant V5 against V1. Yes, next one. Next slide. Yes, this is the graphical. Yes, another slide. What is interesting is then what happened to the length of the seedlings. It has been significantly higher for the homeopathic samples. Yes, and we can see this in these graphical representations for V1 and V3 were, yes, you can put the next slide. Here is the explanation that the shoot's length was about 2 times higher for the treated samples, especially V1 and V3, comparatively with the hydroprimed seeds. Next one. About the mechanism of action, we tried some explanations, and of course the mechanism is not fully elucidated. There are some explanations already made by Mahakam in 2017 with that experiment with Argentum nitricum on rice. The authors propose that nanopriming determine physiological changes in seeds, like creation of nanopores, which permit a better water uptake, rebooting reactive oxygen species, an easier wall loosening due to hydroxyl radicals generation, also a faster starch hydrolysis, thanks to nanoparticles' catalytic effects. The next one. Another explanation is that there are similarities between nanoparticles and enzymes. Therefore, nanoparticles are able to mimic natural enzymes activity, as noticed by Wei and Wang in 2013. Yes, next one. Our conclusion was that homeopathic remedies could be a promising alternative for wheat seeds invigoration. So for agriculture, for commercial agriculture, this is a very good fact. And of course, in order to recommend exactly which remedies to use, maybe we could recommend Natrum muriaticum to be used because there were very good results. But we have to see exactly which potencies are the best. In our study, C30 and C200 were very good, and we could recommend them, but always you have to repeat this type of studies and see if the same results are obtained in the next experiments. These are just the two examples I wanted to show you because the time is not very long, and I showed you what we began to do when I first proposed some experiments for the professors from the University of Agronomy. And then we performed other studies as well, because this was just a proof that homeopathy is really acting on plants. And then I showed some results in treating, for instance, pests in plants. And we treated Eriosoma lanigerum in apple trees, and also we treated goji berry attacked by Acheria cuco. And there were some promising results in the vegetation house where I work. In the orchard, there are some partial results, but they have to. This type of studies have to be continued. And on bigger areas, it is not so easy to perform studies as it is in the laboratory or in a growth chamber, of course. It's much easier to perform this. But I think we will continue these studies because specialists from the faculty were, they had a very good opinion about these experiments and they want to continue. So we will continue. This is what I wanted to present you and to invite you all to try to prove that homeopathy is acting because we are the specialists who know homeopathy. The others don't know about it. And also it is good if we go to conferences and if we publish our work so that the others understand what we are doing, because it seems to me that many times we are speaking only among ourselves, homeopaths among homeopaths. But we should go to other specialists, especially if they are open-minded and they want to listen to us. Yes, they want to know, they are curious. Sometimes they don't know anything about us. So let us explain to them in their own language with type of experiments they usually perform that homeopathy is really active. This is what I try to do, and I hope it is a good beginning. Yes.
Thank you, Ileana. That was wonderful. And I'm sure that at the end of this session, there'll be a lot of people who will want to take up homeopathy as a part in agricultural studies. And agro-homeopathy is a career that is of age looks like. And the results that you have shown are astounding indeed. And this is something that is going to really apply to people who think that homeopathy is only placebo. So wonderful work, Ileana. We would love to hear from you again. Thank you very much. There are some questions, but we'll have to wait until because our next speaker is very, very esteemed, very distinguished Professor Khuda Baksh. Welcome, Dr. Khuda Baksh. We're deeply, can we see him? Yes. Namaste, Dr. Khuda Baksh. It's a pleasure and it's a deep honor to have you on our panel today. We can't get luckier.
Am I audible? Am I
yes,
audible?
you're very audible. You're very audible. Very
should
well.
I share the slides first?
Can I would just give you though you don't need any introduction, just a brief. As we all know that Dr. Khuda Baksh is the former HOD of Zoology, University of Kalyani, retired professor and emeritus, UGC, Government of India. He has published 367 research papers, reviews, and book chapters in Indian and international peer-reviewed journals. He has guided doctoral research of no less than 51 PhD students so far, out of which 32 have worked on homeopathy and cancer-related topics. He's a member of several international and national scientific bodies, editorial boards of journals, and has acted as a reviewer of many national and international journals. His homeopathic research works have been included in the international documentary The Devil's Water. In 2003, he published a study which claimed that homeopathic arsenic album reduced arsenic-caused liver toxicity in mice. This was very significant. He has also done research in treating arsenic-induced diabetes in mice using a product, nanoinsulin, which consisted of insulin wrapped in a coat of nanoparticles. Received the Lifetime Achievement Award, very well deserved indeed, in 2016 from the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and the European Committee for Homeopathy in recognition for his distinguished and devoted service in the field of homeopathic research. Welcome, Dr. Khuda Baksh. Your list of achievements is absolutely unending, but we have to abbreviate that. We don't want to steal the time that our viewers are going to have from you. Welcome.
Now,
You can start sharing your screen, sir.
first share.
Doctor,
Can
you can start sharing using the application window, Doctor.
Yeah, but it is not working. It is not working. I'm trying to do that, but it's not working now. Application window.
Have you got the PowerPoint open, Doctor, on the side?
Just a moment. Application window, and then
You choose the PowerPoint, Doctor.
yeah, I have chosen.
Now the share button will come up.
Can you see this?
No, not yet, Doctor.
Can you see this?
Not yet. You have to start sharing. The share button will light up the moment you choose the PowerPoint.
is shared one is not brightening up.
You'll have to choose the PowerPoint, doctor. You have to minimize the PowerPoint. You know those two
Yeah, I have
square boxes.
minimized.
Just
I
move it
have
to the right.
minimized.
Move it to the right.
Oh. But this share, this is not coming. I have moved it to the right.
And now, if you choose the application window, do you see the PowerPoint on that application window?
No, I don't see that.
Will you shut the PowerPoint and reopen it, doctor? If you close the PowerPoint and reopen it.
Just a moment, I bring it again back. Close it and then reopen.
Yes, reopen with the share screen on.
That share screen is not brightening up.
You'll have to choose, you'll have to select the PowerPoint, moving your cursor on top of the PowerPoint and click like we did before.
It is not coming. No, it's not coming.
Mm-hmm. Doctor, can you just reply to my mail with the PowerPoint?
No, it is not possible. That is a big one. That has been bounced back.
Okay.
I put it to the right, then taking it back again.
No, don't have to take it back again, doctor. You'll see that PowerPoint on the application window.
It's not coming. Would you see the PowerPoint?
No, doctor, not yet. We don't see it yet.
No, what is going wrong?
1 minute, doctor. I'm just going to. I'm just going to send you a mail like yesterday, doctor.
বন্ধ করো এখন যে কাজ করছে এখন স্টপ ইট কি গন্ডগোল করে মেলটা আমাকে পাঠিয়েছে হ্যালো হ্যাঁ এইটা অ্যাপ্লিকেশনটা শেয়ার হচ্ছে না হ্যাঁ বলো বলো এন্টায়ার স্ক্রিনটা শেয়ার করতে পারছি না 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 সেটাই আসছে না সেটাই প্রবলেম হচ্ছে
Doctor, I've sent you an email. I've just sent you an email. Please check your email, doctor. Just like yesterday, I've sent you an email.
Okay.
I'll help you from that.
Okay. Is it the Zoho one? Zoho?
Yes, one. That's the one.
Joint session?
Yes, please.
Install app?
Yes, doctor, just go ahead and you need to double click that app that you downloaded, doctor.
Allow permission, I have clicked.
Yes, I have not seen it yet, doctor. You have to join the session, doctor. Will you double click that icon?
Which one?
Or the email that I've sent to you, if you can just double click that link.
Okay. Yes, I have double clicked. Should I join session now from there?
Yes, please join the session, doctor.
Share screen.
Yes.
Accept.
Accept. Yes, doctor.
Yeah. Now I have opened.
Yes, doctor. Yes, you need to open that. No, you don't have to open any of that. You just have to close this.
Again, share screen.
Yes, doctor, you need to share the screen so I can help you there.
Application windows.
Yes, doctor, I can't see your screen, full screen.
Entire screen, right?
Yes, doctor.
Now, should I go to the application window?
Yes, I can't see your screen yet.
Shared. Could you see me now?
No, I just see a locked, I can't enter.
But
You have
I
to give me
shared the
permission
screen.
for remote, you've got to give me permission for remote access.
Should I stop sharing and go again?
Yes, doctor. No, you need to stop sharing your screen now. You need to accept my one minute, doctor. Can I just ask Sujata to?
Yes.
Sujata, will you go ahead with all the other doubts? Some people have sent you emails. Maybe you can discuss that while I help Dr. Khuda Baksh get back on.
Sensible, yes.
Yeah, I'll just get. We will get back in the meanwhile.
Is everybody on board still?
Yeah, everybody's on. I'll get everybody on.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Very
Dr.
sorry.
Rajendran.
Dr. Rajendran. Is it all right? Am I audible to everybody?
Yeah.
Rajendran, this is for you. Disturbance? There's some disturbance, audio disturbance. Okay, it's better now. All right. I think now it's much better. Yes. Dr. Rajendran, now this question is for you. Is the current Cartesian and reductionist science? It is in 3 parts. I will ask you one part. Is the current Cartesian and reductionist science an appropriate framework for homeopathic research, or do we have to set up or support a more wide science? Cartesian and reductionist science an appropriate framework for homeopathic research, or do we have to set up or support a more wider science philosophy? This is the question asked by Laszlo Szabo from Hungary. This is the first part of his question. Yes.
Yeah, that's what exactly I said, because the Cartesian reductionist model is not suitable for the future studies. It's almost coming to a dead end. A new philosophical approach has to evolve. He's right. I agree with him totally.
Totally right. Because you've answered it in your presentation as well. So I think he should have got the answer by now. There is one more question for you. Which way would the most appropriate to initiate joint scientific projects for practicing homeopaths with research interest? So which way would be the most appropriate to initiate for practicing homeopaths with research interest? What should they join? Is the query that Laszlo has been asking.
You know, Dr. Linley and Aurum Project has already started a streamlining project way for doing research, clinical studies for practitioners. And Dr. Kusef in Australia also recently started with EHF, international project to initiate the research. And he can please be in touch with them, and he can integrate with them. That's a better model with all the scientific parameters. Is possible.
Right. Okay, good one. There is the third part of the question now, whether you or Dr. Marty and one of you should answer this. There are quite a number of projects about high dilutions, but do we focus on the other side of our skin as well? Do we have a concept about physiology of homeopathy?
Dr. Martin, can you please?
Honestly, I haven't understood the question, but if you have, please answer this. There are a number of projects about high dilution. Do we focus on the other side of our skin as well? Do we have a concept about physiology of homeopathy?
I think what he intended to mean that the concept of physiology, the basic physiology, whether it is differ from modern medicine and homeopathy, but the basic physiology never differ. When you go deeper and deeper, you will find more and more truth. That's all. What we study in the basic philosophy, basic of genetics or basics of physiology, in any area, it's not going to be different. It's common.
True. So perhaps that can answer his question, hopefully. There is one question, Dr. Martin, would you answer this? This is a question to the panel. He's asked to the panel, how do we motivate practitioners to systematically collect PROMs, patient-reported outcome measures? How do we motivate clinicians to do that, the practitioners?
Well, this is indeed which I didn't address. Yeah. Thank you for that question. Do you hear me well?
Yes.
Do you hear me well?
Okay. Yes.
I will address that later. You know, we spoke about that issue this last week when I proposed we set up this practice-based registration system in India, which that will participate in research which can be done now by multiple regression models with
Yes.
This is a new form of what they call analysis, but it's called Do you hear me?
I can hear you. There is a bit of lag in between, but I can hear you still. Yes. Oh, this disappeared from the platform.
Dr. Sujata?
Yes.
May I say something?
Yes, Gabrielle.
Just when we were conducting the survey, but we also collaborated, one of our partnership pathways was with a practitioner research collaboration initiative who are in the education system. And so with professional researchers, you also get a lot of direction, and they know how to find out where the practitioners are. Now, to motivate them, you can tell them about the model they would do, send out messaging through the various registrations, bodies and associations. What we did for the survey was to offer them continuing professional development points, so for their annual basis. And we've suggested, or we're making a suggestion, hopefully to our major association or registration body, to make that an integral part of registration, so that they need to fill in surveys or even offer clinical data into an online data system, a biostatistical system. There are a few in the world now that exist, aren't there? Like Clificol, and I think the International Academy of Classical Homeopathy has one, Dr. Vithulkas, where you can actually import your clinical data. And then we support that whole idea of evidence-based practice. So we start to build the whole and generate this whole bridge of evidence-based practice to all of these higher other models of the proving of homeopathy.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Another question for Dr. Rajendran. This is not directly about research, but if you can answer this. Somebody has asked, can homeopathy, if taken as a preventive, help in altering the genes of a person who has a strong family history of cancer?
This is a question which is a very, very important question, but there is a very, very high possibility of altering if they take a constitutional medicine. But that's the area which I said we need to go and do much more advanced research. There's an open field, and where more immunologists and geneticists and homeopaths should work together. And definitely there is a positive chance of modulation of genetic markers and possibility of prevention of cancer. That's what homeopathy is.
Oh, that's really good. One question perhaps Dr. Martin can answer is, can arsenic album alter pulmonary function test in the case of asthma? This is a question that has been asked, so that is what they have asked. So can actually, does it improve the pulmonary function recordably, you know? Can you prove that it improves pulmonary function when it is given in a case of asthma?
Well, then you should indeed measure the pulmonary function, like forced expiratory flow and these kind of things before and after the treatment. If you have this facility, and especially the VAFEV is not so difficult to do in primary care. In Holland, it's being done. So if you have access to this function measurement, yes, you can do. But it depends if arsenic album is the remedy which is matched to the patient. It's not so much about whether you can do it. Yes, you always can do it, but the result depends on the match. So you need to have a good assessment of the patient. That's the first thing. And the question before, which I couldn't terminate because of the connection problem, I'm sitting now next to my router. That was... Can you repeat
about
the question? Yeah.
I will. I'm going back to it. Meanwhile, Martin, till I find that question, I'll just ask one question which is coming up for Linley by Anne Sash. This is for you, Linley. What is water medicine? And second question is, what is paper medicine? This is directed specifically for you. So,
Water Medicine Project was run by Jane Lindsay in Brisbane, who happens to be the vice president of the Aurum Project. Many years ago, she was invited to go to the Solomon Islands. She hasn't actually got there yet, but she's conducting a study on the giving out of homeopathic medicines in the Solomon Islands, which has been going on for a couple of 100 years with just the smallest number of remedies. In fact, the very funny part of that whole story is that the people dispensing the medicines now no longer know what the names of the medicines are. For example, this is part of what they have to do when they go to the Solomon Islands, is try to reestablish more order in what's happening. But they're getting quite wonderful results. Just the old women in the villages teaching the next generation under them about giving out the medicines. And it's with the, I believe it's with the help of the local pharmacies, because they work together. So she'll be writing up more about that, and hopefully a whole team will be going over there when restrictions drop. But the funny thing is that they call the medicines Big Hurt and Little Hurt, and that's the name of the remedies. And we think that Big Hurt is arnica and perhaps Little Hurt is aconite. So they are purely giving it based on experience of what's worked before. It's quite a wonderful, very grassroots way of giving out the remedies. But what we take from that message is, if these women with just a few remedies can create such a wonderful system and do so much good for the local people, then imagine how much good can be done for a whole population when there's people who are highly trained giving out the remedies. So that's what the water medicine, they call it the water medicine. They do not call it homeopathy.
Oh. Dr. Martin, there is, I hope yes, Dr. Martin, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
On the question as to how to motivate practitioners to systematically collect patient-reported outcome measures, PROMs.
Yeah. That was indeed, that was the first question, I remember now. And then I said that...
Have to go to Dr. Khuda Baksh because he's ready after Martin has finished answering this question.
Yes. I will be brief. We have discussed this issue of what we call practice-based registration. We have discussed this as a panel the last week, and we decided that we will move forward to develop the software which is needed to do this, because the frame is there, and then we can start having people on board for this project. And everyone who is really motivated to do a good registration of the patient is welcome to join.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Martin, and that I hope has answered the question. There are a lot of researchers, potential researchers waiting to hear guidelines from you people. So I'm sure that they will be inspired and encouraged to now enter research in a more active way. So meanwhile, I think we can have Dr. Khuda Baksh. Karthik, is he ready? Yes. Yes, Professor, I hope the glitches have been solved. Can you hear me, Professor Khuda Baksh? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Now,
yes.
should I stop sharing, or
please stop.
This will be maneuvered from there?
Okay, you
Doctor,
can start
you
now.
can just move your slides using your arrow, up and down arrow.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, organizers, for bearing with me. I'm sorry for the glitch, but never mind. I'm going to use laconic language or telegraphic language to curtail on time, and I will also pass on swiftly the slides, which I think I'll give some paper clips of our original papers for the readers to read those papers to know more about our research. So homeopathy has certain scientific challenges. Clinical efficacy often dismissed as placebo effects by rationalists and non-believers. Three major concerns are there: use of ultra-high dilutions, where existence of drug materials are considered doubtful, mechanism of action not precisely known, and understanding similar principles and mind-body interactions not scientifically explained. Now, actually understanding homeopathy in a better way, three major issues we have to consider. Interdisciplinary research needed to understand homeopathy scientifically. Physico-chemical aspect of transfer of medicinal property to vehicle and retention of the property for long. How microdoses bring about many chemical and physiological changes, enabling the recovery process, and to understand the simile principles, including the one like, cures, like, and mind-body interaction, that is psychosomatic aspect. In fact, for each of these concerns or issues, there are many hypotheses, and again gone.
Doctor, you can use your up and down arrow, Doctor, to move the slides.
So I can't see anything now.
Will you move it to the right?
It is. It is going out.
If you can hold that slide and move it like I told you, Doctor, you can move it back into the
But
screen.
the screen has become white. Everything has gone away.
The escape button, can you use the escape button, Doctor?
Escape button, yeah.
Yeah, I can see the slides. We can all see the slides, Doctor.
My God, I cannot see the slide at all, not myself also.
Oh.
Your session has ended, they're telling like that.
No, that is another that's another tab that you have opened, Doctor. If you can close That particular tab.
This one?
No, that's the Zoho Assist one that I gave you. You can close that particular Google tab.
Yeah.
Google Chrome tab.
Do you see this now?
Yes, we can see the slide. We have seen the slide.
Okay, so I continue.
Yes, please continue.
Okay, so I was talking about these, and several hypotheses have been advocated by several scientists. Now it is not moving. The slide is not moving.
Have you used your up and down arrow?
Yes.
Can you select that orange part of the slide? Can you select the PowerPoint? Just hold the PowerPoint, and now you use your right and left arrow, or the down and up arrow. Yes, you can hold it there. Now just move. Now use your up and down arrow, doctor.
No, but it is not working. Still not working.
Okay, doctor, let me just come back to you with that. We'll let them carry on with the questions, and I'll just take care of this now.
Yes. Can we have the?
Yeah. I'll just.
It's sad because we were waiting to listen to Dr. Khuda Baksh, but we will eventually, hopefully. Meanwhile, let's take some questions. Is Ileana there? Ileana is not there.
No, she's here.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes. Hi, Ileana. There is a question for you.
Yes.
He was asking, can you apprise us the factors on which medicine is selected for germination? How do you select the medicine? On what basis? That is what I assume Flesh Khan has been asking.
Yes, I explained that I based this design of the studies on the previous studies made by other researchers. And I saw that Natrum muriaticum was already being used, but in other type of plants. And I used the seedling, the germination and seedling model for wheat, which is the easiest model to be used. Also, I was curious to see about this salinity factor, if we can treat like an isopathic treatment with Natrum muriaticum seeds which are suffering from the salinity of the soil, actually. And there are other researchers which also did this. But what I wanted to do was not exactly a very original type of study. I just wanted to show to people with whom I cooperated that homeopathy is working, not just what I can read from the literature. But I wanted to show exactly in the laboratory performed by them together with me, things are acting.
Nee, maar dan gebruik ik deze
what I did,
bij een borrel en dan kunnen we totaal wisselen.
Natrum muriaticum is a very important anyhow constituent of the cell, so for sure it has some results.
We hebben een groot probleem gehad met de laatste presentator, die was alsmaar problemen met verbinding.
Sorry, I think we are hearing also
gisteren had
Marty and Dr. Marty and Brans at the same time. If you mute yourself, it would be good. So this is mainly the idea, yes? I didn't choose
dan doe ik hem daarna er weer op en dan zet ik alvast dingen
models, but because they already have been used, I wanted just to show these effects. I think I have answered. Anyhow, there is a lot of study already performed in agro-homeopathy, and if you want to do something new, it's very difficult. What is to be done is to to write maybe a materia medica, which has to be done in cooperation with many specialists who would like to contribute and to say what they could treat and what results they obtain in different types of phytopathology or in controlling pests. Also, what can be done is what Dr. Kaviraj said already, to use nozzles, and I started to do this, to use leaves attacked by a certain pest with the body of the pest and attacked leaf together, and this has results. Of course, it is not as good as a remedy which would be the similimum remedy, but it has some results. And a way to find out which remedy is the best is a method used by Radko Tichavsky. So I all the time refer myself to his studies. He's having a way of looking for the similimum remedy, which he can explain himself when you will invite him. Yes, because this domain really is worth to be discussed in depth.
Lindley, answer the next question. The question is, what exactly is the difference between usually conducted clinical trials and pragmatic clinical trials? Would you like to answer that, Lindley?
Also for me, this question? Or
whoever
for
can answer. You can, whoever can answer. I thought it would be for Martin, but Martin, are you there?
I think he's not listening now.
No, but he's around there. We can see him. Lindley, would you like to answer? You or Gabriel? The difference between the usual clinical trials and pragmatic clinical trials? Anybody like to answer that?
Exactly what is the meaning of pragmatical studies? Maybe somebody else knows about this terminology. I know about clinical
question
studies.
Would have been asked to Dr. Frass because he conducted through pragmatic clinical trials. Unfortunately, he has left. So I thought the next person to answer that would be Martin, but he's not in the picture right now. Gabriel, would you like to answer that? Or we'll pass it and mail it to Dr. Frass. No problem at all. No problem. We will take something else. Provings are casually done, including by intuition, and on things like Berlin Wall and Rainbow, which is included in Radar Opus. So anyone can give an opinion on that.
So how proving are done by intuition, it said here, or how?
Intuition, that's what some anonymous person has said that. And on things like Berlin Wall and Rainbow, is anybody aware of this?
No.
Included in Radar.
But tell you that a proving done by intuition is not a good proving. I mean, we should do a serious proving if we want to make research and to prove to others what we are doing. We should be very correct and do in the proper way the proving. So we should use homeopathic remedies in certain potencies, give them to a group of provers in sufficient numbers, and see the results, to write down every symptoms which appears and be very minutious, very accurate in our studies. I think that intuition has nothing to do with this type of approach, and many people even don't believe in intuition. I believe in intuition, but not in the case of provings. No, I don't know if the others have another opinion.
I think there's a lot of different ways of finding out information about how or why a remedy works or doesn't work. I think that provings done in many different ways can have a place, because they can be seen as kind of like a pilot study or a preliminary way of gathering information about a substance. But there's nothing can replace a properly conducted proving. But we know every practitioner around the world gathers information when they're trying to work out which remedy to give somebody from many different sources, not just from amazingly well done proving. So it's how much weight we put on those things, whether or not we're taking them as gospel truth, or whether we see them as a starting place for gathering more information.
Yes. Somebody was asking whether, can you share your views about what research journals homeopaths should be submitting their research to, like conventional medical journals like JAMA, Pediatrics, or homeopathic journals? Do we expect our work to be showcased in the conventional journals, or should we only go for homeopathic journals?
So if I have to answer, I would like to send the works to conventional journals as well as to homeopathic journals. Of course, homeopathic journals receive our studies and they are eager to receive them. But it's good to send these also to conventional journals. But it's not very easy to find some journals which really want to publish your work. And especially if it comes to peer-reviewed papers, it's even more difficult. We heard about this even in fields like pills. You know that there was a question about this and how difficult it is to publish in this type of journals. We are very fortunate if we have access to such type of journals. For instance, my papers were accepted, but this was because I cooperated with other specialists. For this reason, I said it's very important to cooperate with others who are already recognized in their domains, to show them that our work is really very important and that we really obtain effects. If we don't show this, they will not publish us, because if you just send the paper and they don't know who you are, and if this is a real, if it's a serious work, and if you are correct in what you have done, they will not publish it. And this can be our fault also, not only the fault of those who receive the paper. Yes, this is my opinion.
This is one question which I would have asked to all the panelists, is that there's a huge chasm, between clinical practice and research. Unfortunately, practitioners are not researching. In India, they are not even documenting their cases. And researchers sometimes do not understand the challenges, of day-to-day practice, because
we don't hear you now. We didn't hear the end of the question.
You cannot hear me?
The end.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
I'll repeat the question. I said would have been gone to all the panelists. The question is about the big problem that is affecting homeopaths all over the world, and that is the deep chasm, the gap between practice and research. That gap is huge. So in India, we have a lot of practitioners. The numbers are, a lot of patients are taking homeopathy. Unfortunately, very few practitioners are into research. And the persons who are into fundamental research in homeopathy, or properly doing even clinical research, challenges of day-to-day practice, clinical practice. So how do we bridge that gap? How do we bridge the gap between... You were audible, but not visible, and we were missing you.
You talking to me? I'm sorry. I had to prepare some things for the drinks later. And my dog is waiting also. Sorry.
One question, Martin, and I've just placed the question in front of them. Yes, and I said, this is the biggest problem. I'm a homeopath still listening and tuned in. Yes. The biggest problem is the huge chasm between clinical research.
I know.
So this is a problem around the world.
Do not understand the intricacies of research. Researchers do not understand the challenges that practitioners are facing. So how do we bridge this gap? How do we encourage more practitioners to take up research? How do they approach? I mean, suppose I'm into clinical practice for 20 years, but I haven't really researched my work. So how do I get into research? This is a common question I've been asking.
Let me address that, because I think it's very important, and that's the reason that I presented now, I think for the nth time in international audiences, the pyramid which I presented this afternoon. I should have made the figure included in the PowerPoint. I can do that before you're going to circulate it, like what I did in Delhi last year. Because let's say the randomized clinical trials is out of reach for most people working in practices. cohort studies is feasible, like has been done in Germany and France, and I guess also in India by the CCRH. But what can be done by every practitioner who wants to be parsimonious about their data, because we need to be parsimonious. We need to save our data and not have them lost. I mean, I have a big archive. I'm just retired now, and I have more than 30 years of cases, and I don't want them to get lost. So when I find the time, I will ask some assistants to digitalize them, because that is why we spoke this week about the practice-based research, because that's the way forward, that we can feedback to ourselves. For example, I want to know what did I do with belladonna in my practice. The moment you have a database, which is not more complicated than an Excel spreadsheet, where you list the patients vertically and where you list the main data, which we ask to every patient, and then at the end we have some confirmatory research like blood and laboratory and all kinds of things, imaging techniques, and we have an outcome measure scale like the ORIDL, the Glasgow Homeopathic Outcome Scale. We have those things in place. Everyone can document their data. The only thing is we agreed that we would work on building the software with Kartik, and then we can combine these data. We can analyze them with methods which are being done in marketing. And for example, some people tend to buy on Wednesday evening in that shop their things, their shoppings. So these are three features: the time, the shop, and the things they buy. That's what they use in marketing. And you can use this way of working also in medical analysis, that you say people who are above 40 years old, they have headache, and they usually use belladonna for headache, for migraine, for example. In this way, you can identify patterns of practices. And this you can use with researchers, but that's not necessary for the practitioners to do. But then you can use these data for setting up larger studies. Because the studies, with all respect to the people who do them, are mainly driven by the own interests of researchers. I mean, I've been interested in tropical medicine. I've seen that malaria is the biggest killer in the world. It still is, and it will remain for years to come. So that's why I addressed the issue. It was pure catch the biggest fish. But there are many reasons to do a certain research topic. And we need simply to define, based on the efforts of each practitioner in their practice, what is relevant to research. And that will come out from these registrations.
Right, sir.
So I hope this is a bit of an answer.
We've been doing a similar thing for 30 years. We've been collecting data from our clinic with 7 practitioners in Radar.
Yeah.
And that's endlessly fascinating. For example, recently we realized that the biggest remedy that we've prescribed ever, period, is carcinosinum. The most number of times. This is just one of the little fascinating things that can be learned by, it's not what we thought, of course.
No. And then the next step will be, what are the ICPC codes which were most prevalent in that subgroup? And then what other kinds of features did people have? Why you prescribe carcinosinum? And so you learn a lot about that one.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. That's a great way to do it. I think we need to pool data. We should have a central control or a central agency where everybody can pool in their data, their clinical research. A lot of people also have this inhibition that is my data insufficient? Am I correct? Am I wrong? So when they go to these research conferences, they are so overwhelmed and they feel that they will never be able to live up to what has been projected. So I think this should be, we should encourage people to, in whatever little way, to document their cases, conduct clinical trials on their own, and have numbers to support it, and then pool all that. isn't it?
It's a very nice thing to jump in on the grassroots level with practitioners who may not have higher education degrees or may not have a huge interest in research, just to teach them some, simple is the wrong word, but some grassroots basic ways of auditing their clinical work. And they can come up with some really interesting facts that predominantly they've been treating X, Y, and Z in this age group, and just very small amounts of information. They can use that in their own marketing, and that's one way in Aurum Project we have tried to keep people's interest. In the past, we ran some workshops called Harness Your Success, and we called it that because we didn't want to use the word research and we didn't want to use the word auditing, because we didn't think we would get as many people listening to us when we use those words, because they have negative connotations for practitioners. And I absolutely realize this is not just a problem in homeopathy, it's in every health profession. Nursing, for example, physiotherapy, they complain about the same things about how do you get these practitioners or clinicians to be able to put time and energy and resources into looking at their data.
So let's
Martin's model
benefit them from each other's experiences. When we set up the system, we may connect to you and hear from your practical barriers that you had and how you overcame them in keeping people on board. Because I think this is indeed what you say, it's a community issue. In the community of homeopaths, we need to make circles. You know? And then from those circles, you can connect with other circles. And finally, when you want to do large-scale analysis, you collect all these data together.
Absolutely.
But you need to have, because often practicing is, and as you say, in Australia, people are widely removed from each other. So they are working in isolation. But working with a regional group already is so supportive. Presenting cases, but just to see each other's results, as you say, when you discover that carcinosinum is the main remedy or so, then you can start studying that further, and all kinds of things are possible.
So just talking about distance, one of our research groups in Australia, one of our research groups had a member in far northwestern West Australia, and a member in Melbourne, and a member in Brisbane. So they're not regional groups. They're absolutely far spread apart, as you could possibly imagine. Like how far is West Australia, Northwest Australia from Sydney, Gabrielle? Is it 7 hours on the aeroplane?
Yeah.
From one end of Europe to the other.
Well, coming from tiny little Holland, I know how relative the word region is, but I mean it in terms of also professional gatherings. And the collecting data together is a great way to organize our community.
Besides, Martins, your pyramid would be a wonderful way to in community health practice in India to take up that as a model, standardized model. It would work wonderfully well. I hope that it gains more publicity in India. I'm going to do it.
We will work on that.
We should. Meanwhile, Professor Khuda Baksh is ready with his presentation, I believe. Doctor, are you ready?
Yeah, I am ready, but the projection will be from there. Dr. Karthik will take care.
We are just waiting to hear you, with or without your presentation. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, it's there.
Yes.
What happened, I can start talking, and in the meanwhile, if it is ready, it's fine. Otherwise, I'll go on talking. Okay?
Yes.
I'll have to finish it now because many people are waiting. Yeah. It's there. So I'm starting with your permission. So what we thought is controlled research utilizing widely acceptable scientific protocols producing convincing and repeatable results are necessary. We started our work on homeopathy in early 1980 with Arnica montana. We were the first to examine the efficacy of Arnica montana against radiation-induced cytogenetical damage with several protocols. succeeded in getting favorable and repeatable results. And we are trying to give you a glimpse of the extensive work and mentioning only how many different protocols that we have used. Our first study involved chromosomes, the house of DNA, the genetical materials that control metabolic activities, characters, and behaviors. Because molecular mechanisms of repair are also well established, we have used the standard parameters of chromosome aberrations, micronucleus, mitotic index, perm head anomaly, DNA damage, comet assay, DNA fragmentation assay, etc. In brief, the experimental design was to see the effects of anti-radiation effects of Arnica montana in mice exposed to whole body irradiation. We maintained three types of control: one diluted alcohol treatment, unsuccused alcohol treatment, placebo, only succused alcohol treated. And we have tested the ability of Arnica montana, hypericum, ruta graveolens, X-ray, etc. And all these drugs actually lessened the effects or reduced the effects of radiation. Now, what is important to know is DNA repair mechanism in E. coli is rather simple. Three genes are involved: UVR-A, UVR-B, UVR-C, and these particular genes have to be involved if there is any protection to the DNA. Now, likewise, there are several other genes, about 7 genes found in the Saccharomyces cerevisiae or yeast, and also in mammals. So we know that certain genes are involved, and if there is any reduction in the damage, then we can conclude that those genes have been active. Now, after this study, we shifted to studying the effects, genotoxic effects produced by chemical mutagens, toxicants in mice, and these effects were reduced by homeopathic drugs in the formula of like cures like, or also isopathy, whatever you call it. We studied a lot on Arsenicum album 30C200C that ameliorated the genotoxic effects of arsenic trioxide, likewise Merck solubilis against mercury chloride, and cadmium sulf against this. So I just give you a glance of overview of the works. The models we have used is in vivo and in vitro, because in vivo models we always take into consideration the human being first, and then we try to also study some higher organisms like mice, rat, and lower organisms like yeast and bacterial model while we consider in vivo studies. And whatever we think of, generally we think in terms of human studies. Now, in vitro, it struck us for the first time that what if we take detached cells, normal cells from lungs or PBMC, macrophage cells, and cancer cells, and culture them in the media. Now, what is often stated is these homeopathic drugs act through circulatory system, through alimentary system, through autonomic nervous system, through, say, central nervous system. But if we get some results with in vitro system, everything is negated. Now, to be on the safe side, we used a lot of protocols, scientific protocols like cytogenetical, biochemical, cell cycle, histological, DNA damage, gelatin, immunohistochemical, immunoblot, RT-PCR, blood parameters, hormonal assay. If like this, we have now categorized the different results into arsenic toxicity, because we have done a huge amount of work on arsenic toxicity, and other metal toxicities like, as I told you, cadmium toxicity, mercury chloride toxicity, all in mammals, and induced cancer in liver cancer, in skin cancer, induced diabetes, and we tried the efficacy of several homeopathic drugs. In human, we made a big trial on arsenic toxicity on thalassemia, polycystic ovarian syndrome. Now, results of our first trial on arsenic victims. We studied the samples of over 150 subjects living in the arsenic contaminated areas, and favorable alterations in various biomarkers were found like ACP, LKP. These are all toxicity biomarkers by the administration of arsenicum album. Now, positive effects of autoimmune disorders like antinuclear antibody HCl70 and various other hematological parameters were also responded to by the application of homeopathic drugs. We have published the results. I'll just give you a glimpse of that. We have taken into consideration huge number of protocols. We also use arsenicum album 0/3, that is the LM potency. Now, what are the salient clinical benefits in the verum-fed group? External arsenicosis symptoms reduced or cured, appetite increased, gastric problems ameliorated, energy and spirits increased for work, desire to live and less frustration. You know, arsenicum album produces such kind of arsenicum album in proving also produces such kind of results. Those who could not sleep could sleep well. Those who had burning sensation had less burning, less muscle pain, and improved strength to work. So this is the paper in which we have elaborately stated all the parameters used. This is published in ECAM. This is science today. This one is the science of the total environment. We prefer to publish in mainstream journals having high impact paper. You know, this is 5 impact, this journal. And this is publishing our result in homeopathy. This is follow-up study also published in ECAM. Now, overview of effects on thalassemia. This is because this is a genetic disease. We started studying this. Now, we altogether took 38 patients belonging, 32 of them belonging to HBE beta and 6 to other beta type. They were on hydroxyurea therapy before, and there was stagnant, no more improvement. We used pulsatilla, cionatus, ferrum given to the patients, and also results presented after 3 months of therapy. So what are the parameters studied? All blood ferritin is very important, and we found distinct fall of ferritin level in blood serum, little augmentation in this HbF, decreased size of spleen, gaps between transfusion time increase, general improvement in health and spirits, no fever preceding. Now, this is also published in ECAM. Can homeopathy bring additional benefits? There is elaborate. Now, we have studied induced cancer model in vivo study using so many parameters of study. And we have also studied the histologically in all this special, important organs. This is induced cancer in liver, and we have shown how homeopathy drug Lycopodium 30 protected the cancer inflicted mice. Now, there is another model, skin induced. This is skin, DMBA induced skin, because we can see from outside what are the changes taking place. This slide has been shown by Dr. Rajendran. I'm thankful to him. These are different, we track down the different pathways of signaling, because signals are very important in affecting the efficacy of the drug. Now, this is modulation of signal proteins. This paper is also published in ECAM. Now, positive effects of alloxan-induced diabetes mice. We also studied a lot of parameters. This was published in a mainstream journal, European Journal of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Now, we have used a lot of microscopy, optical compound, electron microscopy, transmission, high resolution, atomic force, confocal fluorescence microscopy. Now, coming to the Western blot, signal proteins, RT-PCR, these are all molecular biology techniques. And we have done large number of protocols. I think this is the highest number of protocols used from a single laboratory in the world, and that involving the homeopathy research. Now, we have also studied cultures in cultures, cancer cells for the first time. Now, we have also studied cell viability, whether homeopathy drug can affect the cell viability, LDH activity, cell cycle, DNA damage, FACS analysis, nuclear damage, because we are now dealing with cell-free system. Nothing is intermediated between other organs. So we can see that we have used hundreds of parameters, and these parameters easy to say, but all needs a lot of practice and expertise. Now we shifted towards the prokaryote E. coli. We took single cell in the medium. We took single eukaryotic model. This is a single cell model, cerevisiae, the Saccharomyces cerevisiae. We have invented and innovated a lot of techniques to study these lower organisms with the help of homeopathic drugs. And these are very, very interesting experiments we have used in E. coli subjected to arsenic trioxide or arsenic trioxide, and we have seen the efficacy of Ars-Al-30 and glucose 30. This is very important because this arsenic alb is regulating the expression of ARS-A, ARS-B genes, while glucose 30 is mimicking the action of glucose. Very interesting study. You can see this paper. You will find it very, very interesting, I tell you. Now, research on Saccharomyces cerevisiae. This is yeast, simple budding yeast, single celled, eukaryotic. So this we have studied various other parameters. They have been exposed to arsenic, and we have studied these many parameters of study. Significance of the results: Arsenicum album 30 assisted S. cerevisiae to survive in arsenite intoxicated medium, reduces DNA. Look, the organisms only we are putting little amount, low concentration of the homeopathic medicine in the medium, and they are responding. Where is the cell system? Other this ANAs, CNAs, circulatory system. There are so many things which people are assuming in case of human being, but the cells, naked cells exposed to this, the homeopathy is responding. They reduce DNA damage. So what we can think out of this, the homeopathy can actually affect the cells in the nucleus. Now this is the paper. This also you will get detailed about this Saccharomyces. Now this is very interesting. We have used the 5174, a virus, bacteriophage, and a host specific E. coli. It only leaves the shell outside, and the DNA enters the bacteria, and they produce the virus inside, and we get the lysine of the bacterium, and in terms of some plaques. We could see that several homeopathic drugs could reduce the plaques as against the control. And you can see the gene which is responsible for the lysis of the bacteria, that gene, E gene, is being affected by the homeopathic drug. Their expression is getting changed. Now, this has been explained in phenotypic animals. This is also Chinese Journal of Integrative Medicine and International Journal. Now we have studied a lot of physicochemical parameters. We chemically characterized by this mass spectroscopy, FTIR, H1NMR. We have used a lot of things. And lastly, we also did nano encapsulation of homeopathic mother tinctures long before in 2008. And these mother tinctures, when they were nano encapsulated, we are the first to show the effect of the nano encapsulated mother tinctures, which can be analogized with the potentized homeopathic drugs. We also made nano encapsulation of mother tinctures, and these, nano precipitation from the silver nitrate, and we used 4 mother tinctures. All of them produce different kinds of nano materials from the silver nitrate, and silver of nanoparticles of different kinds were found. This is a big paper, experimental biology. Here we have also shown what is the difference between different kinds of succussion, and also between the glass and polypropylene container. This is a very interesting paper. You can read this. And we have studied so many parameters: entrapment, this ACM, high resolution tunnel and various DNA laddering, RNA extraction, etc. Now you could see that the silver nanoparticles precipitated by the 4 different homeopathic drugs are quite different in nature. They could be shown by this atomic force microscopy. Their difference in nature could also be shown by TAME and high resolution TAME. And these are these graphical representation of UV visible spectra of band speed. Now what we did is also we have studied the nanoparticles in FTIR and also in XRD, X-ray diffraction, and we found different peaks. We also found their antimicrobial activities against E. coli. They presented different kind of activity. Now this has been published in a very great, mainstream journal, Colloids and Surveys, having about 5 impact. This is the main. While people publish in homeopathy and claim that they have published many things, but we attacked particularly because the mainstream scientists, they don't see ordinarily homeopathy journals. But we tried to publish very difficult journals and all our work. This is the paper, which is a very coveted paper. We also published in Royal Society Journal, EBM here. We also published European Journal of Pharmaceutical Sciences. This is another Elsevier journal. These are all the nanoparticles related paper, and we published in 2008, 2010, 2011, like that. Now, this is toxicology latest. It is about 4 impact factor, strategic formulation of this. So anti-cancer potentials of many nanoparticles have been studied already by us. So nobody knows about our work. They don't care to read us. So what we have done in 2010-11, those papers are not read, and we are blamed that we have possibly done nothing. Now these are the parameters in animal models, and now I will speak about a few words on this significance of these studies. New research from Aerospace Institute of University of Stuttgart in Germany supports the theory of water has a memory. I also support. This theory was first proposed by late French immunologist Dr. Jacques Benveniste in 1988 in Nature. But have you ever wondered if the nanoparticles could play a role in the so-called memory of water? The bits of information stored in the structure of water molecule as memories may have a reflection on the interaction orientation of nanoparticles of original drug substance, making water structures different for different memories. Now we have used so many biochemical parameters. I don't want to talk to that about memory of water, possible role of nanoparticles. This is, sorry. This one, we have shown for the first time that the nanoparticles containing homeopathic mother tincture could cross the barrier, blood-brain barrier, and go to the brain. And this is a wonderful finding which I have produced to the scientific community, but it has been published in mainstream journal. Now you can see the serial dilutions with, we have shown that it affects the DNA configuration. The conformational changes can easily be found in the dilutions of the same medicine. When they are diluted, they produce different conformational structure of the DNA. So this is something wonderful. Now, how do the ultra low doses possibly act? The gene regulatory hypothesis. I have presented this gene regulatory hypothesis way back in 1993. And now I'll explain for 2-3 minutes about this. Homeopathic drugs in ultra-low doses act through regulation of gene expression via their interaction with the DNA. Why I'm telling this? There is no business with autonomic nervous system, with immune system, with so many things, because the homeopathic drugs can directly act on the cells. We have shown that. And they act by triggering some master genes, early response genes, that initiates a cascade of downstream gene actions, helping in the recovery process. Modifications through drug DNA interactions, resulting in epigenetic modifications, in turn bringing about phenotypic changes with altered expression of gene orientation without actually altering the original DNA sequences. In fact, my friend Paulo Paulo Belafide, he mentioned in the clause 1 paper that they accept my hypothesis, the one which best explains the molecular basis of homeopathic drug action in plants, in animals, in lower organisms, in higher organisms alike. Now, this paper was published in a molecular and cellular biochemistry journal towards understanding, but this paper is not even known to many homeopath friends. Like cures, like correlation with nanoparticles. The physicochemical nature of the nanoparticles of different medicinal ingredients are different, and their effects on changing ultramolecular structure of water, making the water molecule different. Montagnier believes that DNA of virus bacteria emits stronger electromagnetic waves capable of affecting biological activities and can be digitalized. We demonstrated also that nanoparticles from different sources can interact with and make conformational changes in DNA. Nanoparticles can tag themselves with proteins. Thus, they can act as ligands for signal transduction. Nanoparticles can cross blood-brain barriers and reach inside brain. This result has significance of many counts. Some people explain the mechanism as hormesis. What is hormesis? Hormesis is biphasic behavior of something. It is a manifestation of something. It is a phenomenon. It cannot be a mechanism. It is like the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. It is a phenomenon. It's a behavior. The mechanism is that the earth rotates around the sun. So that is the mechanism. What we are claiming is the mechanism of action of the molecular action of the homeopathy drugs. It is not, I don't believe in hormesis. That is only a behavior which molecular changes can explain. Now, gene regulatory hypothesis, epigenetic modifications. We hypothesize that some receptors of the cells, these are the receptors which are important, of the cells are capable of recognizing individual homeopathic drugs. The drug can trigger gene activating responses, master genes, which in turn deactivated series of genes, producing suitable changes in downstream proteins. That is the reason, when homeopathy drugs are withdrawn, even this cascade of regulatory gene actions go on, and our DNA methylation and histone deacetylation studies provided evidence that the gene regulatory mechanism is possibly mediated through epigenetic modification. So whatever we claim on the basis of our own works mostly, and all works should be made known to the homeopathy fraternity. Now, epigenetic control of gene expression, area of further research. Recent evidence has identified a linkage between epigenetic process and disease. Most significant is the link between epigenesis and cancer. This regulation of gene expression is a hallmark of cancer. We have repeatedly shown the efficacy of homeopathic drugs, potentized homeopathic drugs, in controlling cell growth, and it causes apoptosis, it promotes apoptosis. A clear demonstration has been made between changes in methylation status of tumor suppressor genes and the development of many types of cancers. Epigenetic effects of immune system function have also been identified. There is evidence suggesting a link between epigenetic processes and mental health, mind body. Serotonin, this melancholy, the aggression, the anger, these are all controlled by genes. And since I have shown that genes are affected, influenced by the homeopathic drugs, yes, that can also explain the mind-body interactions. So this is the paper in Forschende Kondurongo 30C induces epigenetic modification. This is a pioneering work done by us. Epigenetic control of gene expression, some other areas for further research. I am leaving this to be done by others. Recent evidence has identified a linkage between epigenetic processes and disease. Most significant is this is, I have told already, this is ultra highly diluted plant extract. This is the global microarray. We have shown 120 genes are affected by a single dose of hydrastis or Marsdenia condurongo. And this is a glaring example of my hypothesis that homeopathy drugs act through regulation of gene expression, and that is the only answer to the critics who do not believe. Now, this is the last slide perhaps. I will speak my mind about what should be the future of homeopathy research, my personal opinion. Please don't take otherwise. This is only my personal. The scenario is globally promising in a few laboratories. They are doing good research, but needed priority in resolving unequivocally the mechanism of action. When one person projects a very successful mechanism, there is another person claiming something else to diffuse and dilute. Flawless experimental design, innovation in thought process, and an analytical faculty of mind is required. Utilization of state-of-the-art scientific technology in interpretation of results obtained in controlled studies and drawing valid conclusions. Use of statistical, computational, and predictive analysis utilizing artificial intelligence. We also did in the last fag end of my career, but unfortunately we could not carry out because I was not given any fund to do that. Systemic training of homeopathic graduates in developing a scientific aptitude and attitude as well as handling scientific techniques. Mainstream scientists from different disciplines must be encouraged to get involved in homeopathic research. They are the key to success, but they should also learn homeopathy because homeopathic doctrines must be learned by them before they start working and claim something different from the homeopathic doctrine. The future lies in the hands of the budding scientists and torch bearers, as now our government have given much of infrastructural facilities and sufficient funds. I hope the future is bright for us, although in our lifetime we got little fund only from the government, and I had to procure fund from external other foreign countries. It's good of them that they kindly allowed me to work, and these are the students who helped me a lot, and we are grateful to the University of Kalyani, Ayush Ministry of Health, Family Welfare, Government of India, and lastly, but the highest regards to Boiro Laboratory, Lyon, France, for funding our projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Indeed, deeply honored. And
this is not
we were looking
all
forward
the work we have done. This is only partially I have focused. And I will request all my friends in homeopathy fraternity to please go through the papers. I have left very important clues for the future generation to go ahead and establish homeopathy as a science. I like to see it in my lifetime. I am now 72 past. So I love homeopathy and I love my homeopathic friends, but they should read our works. That's what I emphasize.
Absolutely, sir. I think after your session now, a lot of people will be encouraged to take up homeopathic research as a career option, which is the need of the hour, actually. And there was just one question which I posed to the other panelists, and I would like to hear your words of wisdom on that. Is how to bridge this huge gap between clinical practice and research. The practitioners are not having the direction for research, and researchers don't understand sometimes the challenges that we as clinicians face. So how do we bridge that gap? India has a huge number of clinical practitioners. Unfortunately, not many are encouraged to get into research. How do we bridge this gap?
Yeah, actually, I am not from the homeopathy fraternity, you know. I am a professor of zoology, having specialization in molecular biology, in cytogenetics, and I have done a lot of research on fish cytogenetics, aphid cytogenetics, but my love of homeopathy has taken me here, and I have tried to contribute a little. Now the question is, the homeopathy, most of the homeopathy practitioners, they are mostly busy with their practice. It is true for the allopathy practitioners as well. So most of the allopathy medicines have been discovered not by the allopathic practitioners, but by scientists from different disciplines. Likewise, the homeopathy students should ask their minds, are they inclined to doing good research? And if they like to do good research, they have to have special training for certain techniques, methodologies, which they are not acquainted with. It's very difficult techniques when you work. We can ask so many questions, but to get answer is very, very difficult. When you standardize a molecular biology techniques, it can even take several months or year even just to get one protocol correctly being used. So I will request that there should be an interchange of knowledge between the established scientists working in different fields and the homeopathy doctors who are inclined to carry on research. There is no bar between knowledge, dissipation, and we are free to give knowledge to the homeopathic people. But homeopathic people should come forward and accept and read our works. They should learn, try to learn. We have given our lives. I have given 40 years of my life to the cause of homeopathy. I have done. I was recognized as a cytogeneticist, fish cytogeneticist. Many of our references are there in fish cytogenetics book, in aphid cytogenetics. I left those and I entered into this field. And as a molecular biologist, a little contribution that I could make, I feel happy. And I will be happy if the homeopathy doctors, they take special interest and try to learn the techniques, methodologies, and they learn how to do research. An innovative mind, they have to have a faculty of mind opened up, not closed mind. You have to believe that in yourself you can do it, and you have to learn all the time. Practice is there, you have to earn money through practice, but you have to have a mind of research. And clinical research is going on. There are good many clinical researches, but just you are giving medicine, the disease vanishes. That's not research. You have to find out why the disease is going out after the medicine. You have also to explain how it works. If someone comes and says, ma'am, I have been affected with this, can you tell me what your medicines can do about it? Now, there lies the problem for a homeopathy doctor, that it's very difficult to tell, because after it enters the body, it's not, one cannot suggest that it is only through the any nervous system, through receptor, through circulatory system or blood or something, nothing like that.
Yes, yes.
So one has to learn and one has to keep minds open. That is my, suggestion to the coming generation. And whatever we have done, a long march, the next generation should take up the challenge and move forward. And I'll be happy to see that homeopathy is accepted to the world in the scientific forum as a science, not a voodoo science, as a science.
Absolutely. This has been amazing. And I think this panel discussion, Karthik, is going to instill not just interest, inspire people to take up homeopathic research, remove doubts about what homeopathic research has been about. It's been a marathon session, but so wonderful. And with all those little
sorry for the glitch.
No,
Actually,
it wasn't your fault.
It was a software problem. In fact, I did not, it was just running and suddenly it went off.
That's all right.
We made up for that time.
Sorry, I kept
utilized
waiting
that
many
time
people.
for our questions. So it wasn't time lost at all. Thank you very much. And Karthik, would you now take over Bahola Labs?
Yes, Doctor. Dr. Sujata, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Khuda Baksh. That was amazing. I mean, I am going to take the time and go through all the 220 papers you have told me to read on ResearchGate.
No, actually, 138, 40 papers on homeopathy, but I have about that 370 papers maybe.
on ResearchGate. But
All
I am going to
everybody
take
can
the time.
see that some of the full text can be obtained from ResearchGate, from Google
Yes.
Scholar, from PubMed. These are the citing places where our papers are there. Full papers I have uploaded in ResearchGate also.
All right, doctor. Yes. So that's amazing work which we have seen, and I think now that you've laid the path for the future generation of homeopaths, it's there for us to go walk. We have to do the walk now. I mean, we have to walk. You've already laid the path for us, so you've also given us the directions that we should take. So I think these are good pointers, like what Martin said. These are beacons on the beach for us, right, Martin? Yeah. So
Thank you so much, Professor Baksh. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased that I've
Dr.
heard you
Martin,
speak.
you please go through some of the papers that I mentioned there. You get it there. Many of your questions have been answered there. There are clues you can get from there also.
Yeah, I will come back to you about this point of the recognition of the stimulus. And you gave me some directions today. I will study it and I will get back to you. Promised.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. So kind of you.
Namaste. It's been wonderful.
Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Biju to say a few words before we close.
Yes.
Dr. Biju, your voice. 1 minute. You're on mute. Yes.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes. Now you are.
Yeah.
I may have to run away in the middle of your speech because I have to take care of domestical things. But...
Yeah. 2 minutes.
Great lunch, Martin. We are waiting for your lunch.
Right. Yes, Dr. Biju.
Okay. Good night, Dr. Martin, then. Good night from here at least.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Biju,
Thank you
please.
very much. Yes, go ahead.
It was really amazing. In between because of bad weather, I lost the connection in between. My phone fell down anyway. But I am by grace of God, I could hear Professor Khuda. It is really a path he is showing to homeopaths. And I heard about him number of times. I heard about him a lot I heard about him, and I had a seminar at Calicut organized by his team 2 times, I think, and our team is also working along with him. Sir, really, it is really amazing. I extend my heartful thanks to you for guiding us. It's really the homeopathy fraternity all over the world salute you to lead us. Definitely it will be a pathway, and all the other members, including E.S. Rajendran, we heard him earlier, and I have to mention again and again about Khuda sir. Definitely it is really an eye opener what to do. So the things are clear right now, and I thank Karthik and Bahola for organizing such a wonderful seminar. And Sujata, I have no words to you for your effort for making such an event. I think we never stop this. We have to continue. Entire our team is happy, and they are really excited and delighted. They are really in a really charged. I would like to say, and they are in a different mood right now. This session transformed the minds of homeopaths, especially in Kerala, because what Khuda sir said in the at the end of his session was right. We are practitioners. We don't put our nose into in these matters, but we can provide the data. That is what we are planning. Even our researching, what we are doing, we are trying to do, or we are trying to implement, is to inculcate students. 30% of students, they won't practice. That is my request. They have to do researches. We will provide the data. We'll give you the provide cases and documents, everything. But we are not able to do it in a scientific manner. The scientists should put their nose into our matter, and we'll keep on treating cases, keep on curing cases. Thank you very much, Karthik, and everybody for such a wonderful program.
And this is
Thank
the
you so much.
birthday greet to Dr. Sujata. Happy birthday, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Got your greetings in the morning. It was such a pleasant surprise and was truly overwhelming. Thank you very much. You made my day, Professor, and all of you.
Thank you.
Dr. Martin, truly overwhelmed and touched. You spent so much time with us today, keeping
Yes.
all your family on hold. Thank you very much. Yes,
Thank you
Karthik.
very much for doing
Catch
this.
Biju,
Good
thank you
night
very much.
then.
Thank you.
Good
Good night, Dr. Khuda, Baksh. Thank
Good
you once
night.
again.
Good night.
Thank you, Dr.
Good
Biju.
night.
Thank you,
My
Martin.
pleasure.
We'll keep in touch.
Yes.
Bye, Sujata. Thank you so much for being the moderator for this session.
You know, it's we are one family in homeopathy.
Yes, we are one family. Just as what Dr. Biju said, this is exactly what we wanted. We wanted people to get charged up. We want us to go in a way we can all work together for the benefit of homeopathy. We have no individual benefits here. We just want to work for the benefit of homeopathy. And we have Dr. Jalil. I think Jalil is also a part of Sahia. He just went
Yes,
off.
sir.
Okay.
All
So
the best.
we take leave now, Martin.
Yes.
Is it good night or good morning for Martin, sir? What is the time there?
It's good afternoon. It's
Good afternoon.
4:30 here now.
4:30. All right.
Yes.
All right
All the
then.
best.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
I want to thank everyone who was watching the show. We'll be back every month. We'll see if we can have a panel discussion with one or two of the researchers where we can give you directions or we can help you with any knowledge. Dr. Biju is there. He supports us for every endeavor that we have. Dr. Biju is behind us, and I'm really thankful for that, Dr. Biju. All right, doctor. Bye-bye. All right. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. See you next time.